University has firmly established itself as a premier institution renowned for its exceptional legacy and remarkable achievements. Since its inception in 1979, NITE has grown to become one of the largest and most prestigious universities in the country, offering an extensive range of programs across fields such as engineering, architecture, innovative healthcare education, and the creative arts. NITE University continues to lead the way in academia. With campuses in Mangaluru, NITE, and Bengaluru, the institution blends innovation, quality, and vibrant academic culture, forming a community of dedicated learners, educators, and researchers. K.S. Hegde Medical Academy is dedicated to producing healthcare professionals who excel in both skill and compassion. The Academy focuses on delivering high-quality, comprehensive medical education, leveraging modern technology and groundbreaking research. With a rigorous curriculum and immersive clinical experiences, students are equipped to excel in the medical field.
Every day at NITE compels me to think critically yet compassionately. NITE has provided me the perfect balance between rigorous academics and real-life experiences. With its futuristic facilities, research opportunities, and early clinical exposure, NITE has truly prepared us for the complex world of medicine.
Justice K.S. Hegde Charitable Hospital, together with NITE's 23 satellite health centers, offers students exceptional practical experience under the guidance of experienced healthcare professionals. NITE Institute of Allied Health Sciences, Bengaluru, offers over 15 specialized UG and PG programs, shaping skilled professionals for the healthcare industry. A.B. Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences is recognized as one of India's top private dental colleges, setting the standard for excellence in dental education. The institute empowers students to enhance lives through confident, healthy smiles. With state-of-the-art facilities, including digital dentistry labs and research centers, students are well positioned to achieve their career aspirations. The multidisciplinary training ensures students excel in a dynamic and impactful field.
I've had the perfect chance to have practical experience and work alongside the expert faculty. The hospital is a hub of clinical excellence which offers opportunities to work with the latest dental technology.
At NITE, a strong social conscience drives our initiatives. From free medical and dental care at the 23 health centers to village adoption programs, specialized care for children with special needs through NSPEC, senior citizen daycare, free denture and cleft surgeries, and a disaster relief team of doctors and paramedics ready to help in any emergency, NITE has been quietly and consistently doing its bit for the community. The Dr. K.R. Shetty Tulu Adhyayana Kendra is part of the university's efforts to encourage research in Tulu history and culture. NITE University is home to two distinguished engineering colleges located in NITE and Bengaluru, fostering innovation, creativity, and excellence. With advanced infrastructure, experienced faculty, and a focus on practical advanced research, NITE's engineering programs prepare students to tackle real-world challenges and drive meaningful progress. NITE University also includes a polytechnic and an industrial training institute, providing industry-focused training that strengthens its technical education ecosystem. NITE's architecture programs at Mangaluru and Bengaluru strike a harmonious balance between creative design and sustainable practices. The planning and design programs focus on the development and aesthetic creation of spaces, cities, landscapes, and infrastructure. The management schools of Nitte University, located in Bengaluru and Nitte, blend academic rigor with industry relevance. Focused on innovation and leadership, Nitte University's management programs prepare students to excel in today's competitive business landscape.
Studying at Nitte University has been an enriching journey for me, both personally and professionally. The challenging curriculum, coupled with insights from industry expert faculties, has equipped me well with my leadership and team building skills. This in turn has helped me shape my career trajectory and prepare me well for the world of business.
Nitte School of Fashion Technology and Interior Design is a beacon of creativity and innovation. The school offers dynamic pedagogy, modern facilities, and industry collaborations, providing aspiring designers with a solid foundation. Students gain confidence to make their mark in the evolving fashion and interior design industries, whether exploring global trends or mastering design intricacies. Nitte Institute of Communication prepares students for the fast-paced world of media and communication. The programs span journalism, public relations, filmmaking, and advertising, fostering creativity and expertise. Nitte Institute of Physiotherapy blends the science of healing with the art of compassionate care. Focused on rehabilitation and wellness, the programs combine theoretical knowledge with hands-on clinical experience to transform lives. Nitte Usha Institute of Nursing Sciences nurtures skilled and dedicated healthcare professionals by providing clinical training at the 1,200-bed multi-specialty hospital on campus. Nitte's pharmacy colleges located in Mangaluru and Bengaluru are committed to advancing excellence in pharmaceutical education, empowering students to become the next generation of leaders in the pharmaceutical industry. The diverse programs in biomedical science, microbiology, biotechnology, cancer biology, food safety and marine biotechnology offered at Nitte University Center for Science Education and Research emphasize One Health, advanced molecular techniques, and help students tackle critical global challenges in health. Nitte Institute of Speech and Hearing offers a comprehensive range of programs in audiology and speech-language pathology. The institute provides excellent facilities with fully equipped laboratories and clinical spaces that offer practical learning opportunities. Nitte Institute of Hospitality Services provides industry-relevant education that prepares students for successful careers in the dynamic travel and hospitality sector, combining academic excellence with practical training to nurture future leaders. Nitte University's degree colleges in Mangaluru, Nitte and Bengaluru offer top-tier programs in aviation, management, computer applications and commerce, fostering a dynamic learning environment that nurtures talent and equips students for success. With 5 thriving schools across 3 campuses, Nitte paves the way for innovation, knowledge and limitless possibilities, empowering students to achieve their dreams and make a lasting impact. Nitte University takes pride in its modern hostels, world-class sports complexes, and well-equipped gymnasiums. These facilities provide a balanced environment where students thrive academically, socially, and physically.
The vibrant campus life at Nitte has made learning an unforgettable experience. From engaging in thought-provoking discussions to supporting our sports teams, there's always something exciting happening.
Experience a new age of learning. Experience Nitte, experience success.
Nitte University, where there is space for every dream.
एड्रेस घर का या वेबसाइट का?
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया, चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया। गेहूं धान बाजरा जवार के मैदानों में, छोटे छोटे धंधे या बड़े कामों में, फूलों के पॉली हाउस, सब्जियों के बागानों में, सोलर बदल रहा है रात को उजालों में। फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन से टेक्निकल रेवोल्यूशन, हर जगह जमा रहा है पाव गांव इंडिया।
वर्ष 1982 से गांव-गांव को देश की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहा है नाबार्ड। गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े।
चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया, इंडिया।
A place where young hearts are ready to soar, and holistic learning down the path we explore, Courage and knowledge radiantly shine, strengthen the body and sharpen the mind. On straight on, SSVM World School. On straight,
SSVM World School.
This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
Delhi है, कुछ टेंशन नहीं है.
Delhi तो
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort.
You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients, and then of course you are getting more money.
Delhi है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. with innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story because it is in your growth that we grow.
Taste the Milky Mist ice cream. One sari taste ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸವಿಯಬೇಕೆನಿಸುವ ಮೃದುವಾದ ನಂದಿನಿ ಪನ್ನೀರ್. ನನಗಿಷ್ಟ ನಂದಿನಿ ತುಪ್ಪ. ಶುದ್ಧ ತುಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಂದಿನಿ.
The MSME sector accounts for over 1/3 of India's GDP. Despite this, improving access to business loans remains a challenge for our MSMEs. To overcome these challenges, MSMEs need to understand their creditworthiness before availing a business loan. MSMEs should monitor their business's CIBIL rank and company credit report. It helps you know your business's creditworthiness so that you are always loan ready. Company Credit Report, or CCR, is a record of your company's business credit history based on data submitted to CIBIL by lenders. CIBIL rank summarizes your CCR in one number, measured on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the best rank. Banks and lenders check your CIBIL rank before approving your business loan. A healthy CIBIL rank plays a pivotal role in the business loan approval cycle, as CIBIL score plays in personal loan cycle. To check your CIBIL rank and CCR, visit www.cibil.com/CIBIL rank. Check your CIBIL rank today and take your business to newer heights.
Gentlemen, good evening. May I request you all to kindly take your seats? We are ready to begin. The ones who are still walking in, we request you all to kindly be seated. A few housekeeping notes before we start. We request you all to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode because we do not want you to miss out on some enriching experiences. And also, if you're sharing moments from this evening on social media, do not forget to tag us and use the hashtag BL, that's Bengaluru, MSME, and all in uppercase, and Conclave, CONCLAVE, which is in the lowercase. So it all comes together without the space. At this moment, this evening, I would like to thank all our sponsors. Well, this evening's event is brought to you by the Hindu Businessline in association with NEET, deemed to be university, and supported by our associate partners, NABARD, Canara Bank, Karnataka Soaps and Detergent Limited, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore, Tally, Karnataka Milk Federation, Mysore Sales International Limited, Milky Mist, Karnataka Udyog Mitra, Government of Karnataka, and Karnataka Industrial Areas Development Board, Government of Karnataka, our office space partner, Purvankara, our insight partner, TransUnion Sibyl, and our industry partner, FICCI, Karnataka. We would like to thank each one of them for their continued support. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ekta, and it is an absolute honor for me to stand here and welcome each one of you to the Hindu Businessline MSME Growth Conclave 2025 Bengaluru edition. Please give us a round of applause for yourselves as well. Well, this is that platform that brings together industry leaders, visionaries, innovators, and policy voices to chart the path forward for India's micro, small, medium enterprises. MSME contributes close to 30% of our country's GDP and are the second largest employers after agriculture. From exports to innovation, they are the true engines of our nation's economic growth. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we focus on two powerful themes. One being supplying to defense, a growing opportunity for MSMEs as India builds indigenous capabilities, and our next theme would be powering Make in India. Well, the role of MSMEs in strengthening India's manufacturing ecosystem. To formally welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, editor of the Hindu Businessline, on stage. Sir, can we have you on the stage, please?
Namaskara, good evening. Welcome you all to the MSME Growth Conclave, which we hold in Bangalore every year. It's a part of our annual events calendar. I would first like to welcome Honorable Minister, Mr. Priyank Kharge, Minister for Information Technology, Biotechnology, Rural Development, and Panchayati Raj. He's kindly consented to spend time with us and address you all today. Special guest of honor, Mr. Anant Narayan, various panelists who are already here for the two panels, and all our supporters and readers of Businessline who are here in strength. Thank you all for coming again, braving Bangalore's weather and traffic. It's absolutely wonderful to be here, coming from Chennai. When I landed, a fresh breath of cool air hit me, compared to Chennai, where it is always sweltering heat. So it was nice and refreshing for a change to be here. The MSME Growth Conclave, as I said, we hold it every year on the MSME Day, which is on the 27th of June. This year, we advance it by 2 days because we are doing it in 2 cities, including Coimbatore. We'll be doing the same event in Coimbatore on 27th. We have always focused in this event on problems faced by MSMEs, financing, logistics, approvals, markets. But this year, we changed our theme completely, and it was because of what happened a month and a half ago, Operation Sindoor. Strangely enough, it's like deja vu for me here because right when Sindoor was happening, I was seated in this very hall monitoring developments. I was at another event of our group here, and we were monitoring what was happening on our phones. So Sindoor has changed the face of business for defense suppliers in India in a way to say. It has brought to fore the technology startups and MSMEs which have supplied in strength. The warfare was completely technology driven this time, as we all know, whether it is drones or drone defenses or loitering munitions. These are all new terminologies which we all learned 1.5 months ago, and how they were deployed in the war with Pakistan. So our panels here today will focus largely on defense. I'll be engaging in a fireside chat with Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of Data Patterns India Limited. Data Patterns is a very well-known defense supplier. It's a public listed company. It's a high-flying stock, and it's grown leaps and bounds in the last few years. And we have a separate defense panel, which also has a couple of ex-officers from the Army and the Navy. I'm proud to say one of the panelists in that panel is my classmate from school, Commander LSS Narendra. So he's grown in strength, and he set up his own company. And Narendra, will you please stand up? Yeah. So we'll then have the next panel on trade. So it's going to be a lot of interesting conversations in the next couple of hours. I would urge you all to stay on and listen to the discussions and benefit from that. Defense, especially, spending is going up. India just announced 2,000 crores of emergency acquisition last month after Sindoor. So the opportunities for defense supplies are really growing, and the encouraging part is that the Indian startup and MSME sector is for a change equal to the challenge, which we have not seen in the past in this country. So I don't want to drone on and on here because we have lots of interesting conversations ahead. I shall stop here, and thank you all once again for coming here, and welcome. Namaskara.
Thank you. Thank you very much for setting the context. And also, I love the fact when you enter Bangalore, definitely that fresh air refreshes you more than anything. Thank you for setting the context up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our honor to welcome our chief guest for this evening, Shri Priyank Khargeji, Honorable Minister for Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Information Technology and Biotechnology, Government of Karnataka. A strong advocate for inclusive growth and digital empowerment, Shri Kharge has been instrumental in driving policy-level transformation across the state's rural and tech ecosystems. We are extremely thrilled to have him here with us this evening. Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar and welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, now I would like to invite Shri Priyank Kharge to kindly come up on stage and to deliver the chief guest address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Shri Raghuveer Srinivasanji, Mr. Anand Narayan, we always meet on the same venue, so we need to correct that. And esteemed guests and dignitaries, firstly, my personal congratulations to the Hindu Businessline for the MSME Growth Conclave, and also a huge congratulations to the Hindu group itself for doing the work that they have been doing with so much of aplomb for so many decades. So personally, a huge fan of the Hindu group. So thank you for everything. I never got an opportunity to say thank you for the great work that you've been doing for so long. So, and quite naturally, it's always good to be in Bangalore. In fact, my last line for my pitch decks when I go abroad, unfortunately, this time I could not go to the US, you know the reason, so I'll not push on that. But my last slide always says what you said first. Weather-wise or otherwise, Bangalore is always great for investment. So, anyway, but you know, the spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit of trading, the spirit of manufacturing is something that the state of Karnataka and especially Bengaluru is known for. Not now. It's been there since 1537, ever since the city was founded by Nadaprabhu Kempegowda. I'm not sure if many of you are aware that in 1537, when Bengaluru was founded by a chieftain, he invited traders from across the region to come and settle down here in Bengaluru for trade. So what you call now a special economic zone is something that was done in 1537 by our founder Kempegowda, where he allocated space for their trading activities. The result of that special economic zone that time was it led to the cities having a lot of trading communities coming here and ensuring their business flourishes. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if, how many localites are here? How many? Bengaluru in the Jana? Okay, so that's quite a bit, so 50% of them. So what was that is that it created these zones. Nimma Dodpete, Chikpete. So the big market, the small market. There was the Akipete where rice was traded. There was the Balepete where the bangle was traded. There was the Mamulpete, Nagratpete, Uparpete where salt was traded. There were the Gangierpete where oil was traded. So there was Kumbarapete where artisans flocked to trade. There was the Arlepete, which was a textile market, and all these still exist. So the point I'm trying to make here was Bengaluru was built as a city for trade and commerce. Bengaluru's entrepreneurship spirit is not from now, it's over 500 years old. So I just had one of the gentlemen from Guwahati just come up to me and say that I'm from Guwahati and I'm building this great AI product or service over here. I mean, where else could you probably go? You can't do it there. You have to come here because this is where we have been having the entrepreneurship spirit burning for over 500 years. And if you come down history, I'm sorry, I'm giving a lot of history today. If you go a little bit further, when the Wadayars were ruling, we had one of the most dynamic and one of the most enterprising divans for the state of Mysore. That time it was not Karnataka, so it was the state of Mysore, Sir Mirza Ismail. So when he was the divan of Mysore, he had very famously quoted in the 1930s that we are very proud of the products of these factories. Mysoreans wash themselves with Mysore soap, dry themselves with Mysore towels, clothe themselves in Mysore silks, ride Mysore horses, eat abundant Mysore food, drink Mysore coffee with Mysore sugar, equip their houses with Mysore furniture, light them with Mysore lamps, and write letters on Mysore paper. So, you see, like I said, it's just transgressing. Let's look at what happened in the 70s, 60s, 70s. Our state was blessed with a huge influx of public sector units. Bharat Electronic Limited, BHEL, the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, National Aeronautics Limited, the Indian Space Research Organization, Steel Authority of India, Indian Oil Corporation, then your Coal India Limited, your Gas Authority of India Limited, Rail Wheel Factory, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. I can go on. So the point I was trying to make here is that we have got the ecosystem ever since our city was founded. And the best part is, all this was adequately backed by finances also. It is just not that we are creating PSUs or creating enterprises and not doing anything. We also are known as the cradle for Indian banking. This is because more than 7 of the country's leading banks were founded here in Karnataka. The Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank, Corporation Bank, Vaisya Bank, Vijaya Bank, Karnataka Bank, and of course the State Bank of Mysore. So much before Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Skill India, Digital India, Karnataka was already vocal for local. So while all these slogans came in now, past 500 years we have been local for vocal. So if Bengaluru or Karnataka is a leader in various sectors, including manufacturing, it is because we have been nurturing it over many, many years. These things don't happen instantly. And I was just going through the agenda of the MSME Growth Conclave today, and I happened to see that there are very interesting topics, as the editor said. He was speaking about MSME call to arms, that is supplying to defense, MSMEs powering Make in India, among other topics. I'm sure a lot of people are going to speak extremely data-driven points on these things. But we need to be honest. If we need to compete with China, if we need to compete with other ecosystems, we need to firstly be honest with ourselves. As a government, as individuals, as enterprise owners, as manufacturers, only then we will be able to go ahead. My competition, I was just telling the editor here that my competition is no longer only with Telangana, Tamil Nadu, or Kerala or Maharashtra. I'm actually competing with Vietnam and China. And if I'm going to be considered as a serious global player, I need to first have a reality check on my policies. We need to first figure out whether my state policy has worked, whether my my government policies have worked. So while Make in India has a great logo, has it really worked? So Make in India's manufacturing share of GDP target was set at 25% for 2022. And it was revised in 2025. And we are in 2025. And the fact is that the manufacturing share of the GDP declined from 16.7% in 2014 to 15.9% in 2024. So the Make in India concept was to ensure we propel this sector, create massive employment. But has the manufacturing workforce really increased? It was 51.3 million in 2017, and now it is 35.7 million in 2023. And between 2011 and 2022, total factory jobs rose very modestly from 60 million to 63 million. That is well below our expectations, including the state government. I'm not trying to be, I'm neither an optimist nor a pessimist. I'm a realist. And I need to be a realist if I'm a policymaker, because I need to cater to what you want, what the ecosystem wants. So the government of India launched the production-linked incentives. Everybody over here is aware of that. And it was across 14 sectors. And this scheme lapsed in March 2025 after failing to meet the goals that were set by them. Only 37% of the production targets were achieved. And out of the $23 billion that were kept for this program, they were only able to distribute $1.73 billion only. So the result, that manufacturing further dropped from 15.9 to 14.3%. So, and this data is not mine, I got it from the Businessline. So in case if you're trying to pick some holes in my data, it's well researched from a very, very esteemed group. So the good news is that there is immense potential, and we all need to pull up our socks. We need to gear up for it. I was at the Paris Air Show recently. I'm talking about just last week. And trust me, there is a huge potential for us, huge potential for us. Everybody is looking at India to deliver for them. I'm sure that a lot of people have heard of GFAS. They're a small association, the consortium of 800, 900 SMEs and MSMEs of the Paris region. And they only cater to aerospace, space, and defense. And trust me, every one of them over there was keen to be here in India. They are keen to work with our ecosystems. They are keen to ensure that the technology transfer happens here so that they are able to deliver to their ecosystems from here. So we are not talking about delivery for the French or for the Europeans from Europe. They want to deliver it from here. We can actually do that. And the good news is that it's just not for other ecosystems, other environments. Even the Indian ecosystem, the domestic market is booming. Like you rightly said, sir, like how Raghuvirji said, we have enough domestic potential which we can tap into. So when you are talking about the civil aviation market, the civil aviation market is close to around $14.8 billion. It's supposed to grow to $14.8 billion in 2025. From 2025 to $26.1 billion in 2030 in the next 5 years. That's a great rise. In 2024, 376 million total passengers flew both domestic and international circuits. The fleet size of aircrafts for civil aviation today stands at 860 for commercial aircraft, and we have ordered another 739 aircrafts. So the aviation industry, the civil aviation industry, currently is contributing close to around $61 billion directly and indirectly to the GDP, and it's supporting close to around 8.1 million jobs. And we are young in the aviation sector. We are not as old as the Europeans or the American aviation sector. We are young. And there is so much of potential only in the civil aviation sector. You were speaking about the defense. The defense industry in India is definitely a place to watch out for our people, not only internationally but also domestically. Our defense budget for the previous financial year was close to around $34 billion. Last year production hit $16 billion with a rise of 16%, and we are set to see this year-on-year rise for the next couple of years. In 24-25, we signed 193 defense contracts totaling close to around 2.1 trillion rupees. And this is the highest we have ever done. And all these are looking at manufacturing. India is now not only an exporter, but also not only an importer, but also exporter. We currently export close to around 92 countries with respect to our defense manufacturing. And the combined ADA, that's the aerospace and defense market, is currently valued at $29 billion and is projected to grow to $57 billion by mid-2030, with an average growth rate of close to around 7.2%. Space. Today everybody is speaking about how Mr. Shukla is using the axiom and going to the International Space Station. Space is something that is booming, and not the large companies, SMEs and MSMEs. So if you, during our Bangalore Tech Summit, we had the ISRO chairperson and of course a few other gentlemen from the Toulouse Space Agency come here and speak. And they were telling the entire spacecraft of Chandrayaan or Gaganyaan or anything that the Toulouse Space Agency is using, they use hundreds of SMEs and MSMEs to build that aircraft. It is not one big company making them. And I think the Indian space economy is something to really look out for. And it stood at close to around $9 billion last year, and we are set to reach around $13 billion by the end of next year. I mean, and if we are aiming at 8% of the global space market, we need to ensure that all of you are better equipped to deliver on the global scenario as well. And more importantly, I think whether it is civil aviation or whether it is aerospace, space or defense, there's a huge market for it. And I'm not even talking about mobile phones. I'm not even talking about electronics, where we have exported close to around $4.5 billion worth of electronics accessories last time from Karnataka. So there is a huge potential, but for everybody. So to cut a long story short, we are growing at a rapid pace, and we all need to gear up. When I say we need to gear up, I'm not talking about just you as a private sector. Me as a government, me as a stakeholder, need to ensure that I give you the best environment, best ecosystem for your businesses to flourish. Of course, like I said, yes, I have stated the problems. And whose responsibility is it to give the solution? It's my responsibility. It's the government's responsibility, whether it's the state or whether it's the central government. In a federal structure, it becomes our responsibility to ensure manufacturing grows, businesses thrive, jobs are created, economies thrive. So what is it that the government of Karnataka is trying to do to ensure MSMEs grow? Firstly, we are trying to see how we can have better ease of doing business. So we recently had the Invest Karnataka policy that was the new industrial policy that was released in November, which is ensuring that we have cut down on more than 168 processes and reduced it to 32 or 38, if my memory serves me right. So earlier it used to be a single window system. As soon as you enter the single window system, it would lead to many doors. So we are ensuring that we curtail it. Yes, I know there are problems. There are problems with a lot of other things, but it is something that's always a work in progress. Number two is we are also trying to create affordable infrastructure and plug and play facilities for SMEs and MSMEs, especially in areas that are beyond Bengaluru. So if you see our recent projects of electronics manufacturing, most of it is not around Bengaluru, it is beyond Bengaluru. So we are creating infrastructure in Mysore, in Hubli, in Belgavi, in Kalburgi, in Bellary, wherein we give you facilities at affordable rates so that you can go experiment, you can go innovate and invent things which can be then commercialized. So this is something that we are trying to do. And three is we are also trying to see how we can make all the projects water secure and energy secure. While everybody speaks on just by giving incentives, subsidies, things will not work. I need to ensure that we create a very, very agile and secure ecosystem for you to thrive. So I'm sure when it's Mr. Anand's turn, he will speak about the technology and AI and everything. But although I'm the custodian for anything that has to do with technology, but it's also my responsibility to ensure technology will be sustainable. So it is, I am wearing two different hats. On one end, I am the Minister for Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, who is in charge of rural water supply. So it's my job to ensure there is water security at the villages. And in my other avatar as an IT Minister, I need to ensure that data centers come to Karnataka, AI thrives in Karnataka, manufacturing thrives in Karnataka, which is a big energy and water guzzler. So every time you use 3 prompts in your chat GPT, 3 times you ask chat GPT a question, 500 ml is gone. Now I don't know whether to promote AI or whether to ensure water security. But the point I'm trying to make here is the Karnataka government knows this, and we are going to crack this as well. I mean, this is not a problem right here. You see all the data centers are being now set up in Eastern European countries, Scandinavian countries for a reason. Meta, Google have put their data centers in the sea for a reason. And if I need to ensure that my SMEs, MSMEs, IT companies, global capability centers deliver on a global scale from here, from my backyard, I need to ensure that they're energy secure and water secure. So this is something that we are extremely keen and aggressively working on. And the fourth is the skills deficit. Very important subject, very, very needed. I think this is something that I get a lot from even my counterparts when I visit abroad or when they visit here. The first thing any ambassador speaks to me about, or any minister from abroad speaks to me about, is I need human resource. I need people in IT, I need people in manufacturing, I need people who understand precision manufacturing. So the government of Karnataka is also ensuring that there is no skill deficit for the programs in emerging technologies, especially with automation coming in and disrupting SMEs and MSMEs. How can we help the reskilling, unlearning, learning, and upskilling for this sector is also something we are very keenly evolving a policy for. And the last thing is we are also trying to see how we can cut down excessive reliance on foreign firms. While, of course, it's always good to be a global player, but we ourselves are a huge domestic market. We are a land of more than 1.6 billion people. If we are able to manufacture at affordable rates and scale with sustainability in mind, I'm sure that the domestic market itself is huge. And of course, we can also look at our learnings to be traded with other companies, other countries, like especially other South Asian countries or the African countries who are extremely keen on working with our ecosystem. So these are 5 or 6 things that the government of Karnataka is extremely serious about. This is something that we are doing consistently, and it is, I mean, these are things that need to happen constantly, and these things will only evolve with our engagement with the industry as often as possible. And I think whether it is Mr. Darshanapur, or whether it's MB Patil Saab, or whether it is me, we all are engaging with the industry to understand how we can evolve a better policy for all of you. So we are also coming up with a LEAP program. So it is called the Local Economic Accelerator Program, where we are trying to establish plug-and-play facilities outside Bengaluru, like I said, but with more heavy incentivization, subsidization. We'll also partner with you with skill. We will also help you with market linkages. That's a separate program which is evolving. So probably in another month and a half, we will make it public. But it was a budget announcement from my department for manufacturing. So, but to cut a long story short, I think MSMEs will be the growth engines for the country, whether it's powering innovation in cutting-edge fields or creating millions of jobs across towns and villages. MSMEs in Karnataka are poised to lead from the front. Like I said, we might speak about any data. I mean, successive governments can pin the blame on each other, but that's not what we are supposed to do. We are supposed to know, pick up the faults, set it right, and ensure that you thrive. And the government of Karnataka will continue to be a partner, your partner in progress, refining policies, investing in infrastructure, removing bottlenecks so that every entrepreneur with a big idea, every manufacturer with a big idea finds Karnataka to be the best place to make in India for the world. So thank you so much for your patience, attention, and more importantly, the gracious invite by the Hindu group. And I'm looking forward to ensuring that whatever conversations you're having at this venue and this conclave, there will be a lot of learnings for the government. I would be happy if you could summarize it and give it to either me or Mr. MB Patil to ensure that the suggestions that have come in here, the policy course correction that is needed, the scheme course correction that is needed by the state, will be done by us. And if there is any course correction that is needed by the central government, we will ensure that we become your advocates for that. We will harbor the policy change that is required, whether it is in Delhi or whether it's in Vidhan Sabha. So thank you so much for your time, patience, and the invite again. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Check. So we kindly request you to stay back on stage, please. We would like to extend our gratitude to him, and during his talk, he reflected on the past, which speaks volumes about the rich heritage, remarkable growth, and significant progress. So we have Mr. Raghuveer here, the editor of the Hindu Businessline, to present a book to our chief guest as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring talk. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us this evening Mr. Anant Narayanan, the founder and CEO of Brand Me, a visionary leader and an entrepreneur. May I now request Mr. Narayanan to kindly come up on the stage and to address the audience. Please give him a round of applause.
A very good evening to everybody. Firstly, thank you, Hindu Businessline, and for inviting me to come and speak here. The topic given to me was, how does it feel to be an entrepreneur in India? And the minister has actually just left. I thought I would actually cover 3 things that would hopefully be interesting and useful. First, I wanted to quickly cover just a little bit of how I became an entrepreneur, because it was a little bit of an accident. Second, wanted to talk about the next 10 years and why I'm very, very hopeful about being an entrepreneur in India and building. And third is wanted to talk about global opportunities. I understand a lot of people here are from defense and MSME, so wanted to talk about some global opportunities and why technology is acting as a great leveler and allows us to actually go global. So those are the three things I wanted to cover. So I spent about 15 years in a consulting firm. So I started my career at McKinsey and did a lot of automotive and aerospace work. I actually accidentally got into the startup world about 10 years ago. I met Sachin and Binny Bansal and Mukesh Bansal, who had started Myntra and Flipkart. And I think Myntra had just been bought by Flipkart. And I joined Myntra as the CEO because Mukesh was going over to run Flipkart's commerce platform. I ran Myntra for about 4 years. The Walmart sale happened. We also actually, Myntra, when I first started, maybe people don't realize it now, but there was a question of whether fashion would be sold online. Who would actually buy fashion online? I don't think that question, hopefully, if I have a show of hands, how many people shop from Myntra? Okay, that's about only 50%. That's interesting. Usually it's higher. So it used to be a question of whether people shop online and will shop online for fashion. And I think that question sort of went away as Myntra grew in scale. After the Walmart transaction, I decided I'd be more entrepreneurial. So I actually invested into a healthcare company called MedLife, which is an e-pharmacy, which we then eventually sold to Pharmeasy. And then I started Mensa Brands, which we have now renamed Brand.me about 4 years ago. And the purpose of starting Mensa Brands was, could we build some consumer brands from India for the world? We have sort of done IT services. We have done pharma. We have done a little bit of defense. But I don't think we've done consumer brands globally. And I thought it would be interesting to build consumer brands globally. And the reason that opportunity exists to build consumer brands globally is, one, consumer data is now available widely. So, 20 years ago, if you were Dabur, Marico, Unilever, you didn't have data. And if you didn't have data, you would basically not be able to build consumer brands. Now, that's no longer true. The second is distribution is now very democratic. So you're able to sort of distribute in India for 120 rupees, you can get to 20,000 pin codes in India today, right? For $3, you can get to almost any pin code in the US. So actually the barriers to going global have come down. So, started Mensa to say, can you build out global consumer brands? The reason I'm telling you this story is I sort of, in terms of entrepreneurship, it was sort of accidental for me. I sort of went from being a consultant to being a professional CEO to investing into a company to being an entrepreneur. I wanted to then come to the second part, which is why am I very bullish about entrepreneurship in India? And why is it actually very different now? Why is this 10 years and the next 10 years very, very interesting for everybody to actually go out and take risks? The first, I think, is opportunities are now much more global. They were not global before, they are global now. Second, I think there is more risk capital that's available now. And if you wanted to take some risk, it's possible to take risk now, which wasn't possible earlier. And third, I think India's manufacturing is sort of finally coming of age, right? Because it's coming together to basically say, can I actually start to build? I think the minister was actually saying, do you compete with Vietnam and do you compete with China? We do it all the time. So at Mensa today, 50% of our revenue comes from outside India, right? So half the revenue for consumer brands and health and wellness and lifestyle comes outside India. So we compete constantly with companies from China, companies from Vietnam. And I actually think that's a very good thing for most people, because if you actually compete with the world best, you can start to create world-class organizations, right? So the reason to be very, very bullish about India are threefold, and entrepreneurship in India are threefold. The first is there is a fairly large middle class, and we have talked about this for quite a bit, especially for consumer brands. This number used to be about 30 million people that were shopping. That has slowly gone up to about 60 million people, right? So, and the consumption, when I first started in startups, it used to take about 2 years for somebody to come online and then buy something online. Now that entire process takes about 6 months, right? COVID and the pandemic was obviously a big accelerator, But it is very interesting that consumers who now come are able to buy complex things online and have a trust with it, right? So that journey is shortened. So we have a large consuming base. We have what I call infrastructure already ready. And what do I mean by infrastructure? Firstly, of course, it's a mobile network and very, very low cost data. Second is now there's a logistics network. So you're able to get things across to almost any part of India. And third is there is a growing manufacturing base that can actually start to do some interesting high quality products. So there's a massive opportunity to build large brands, consumer businesses from India, and I think it's therefore quite interesting. So that's part one, right? So I think India over the next 10 years will produce a lot of entrepreneurs, and I think you can produce a lot of global entrepreneurs, right? The second part of what I wanted to talk a little bit about is going global, and why going global is interesting. I think most of you or many of you are actually in the defense sector, I believe. But even in non-defense sectors, there is an opportunity to go global, right? I'll give you a simple example. One of our brands is called Party Props. We make balloons, streamers, party celebrations, right? We sell boxes that actually kids want when they have a 5th birthday party or a Halloween or whatever. We started off by actually doing this for India. We made paper products. In fact, in Bangalore, we have a warehouse where we have 40, 45 women who are assembling these. We started selling this about a year and a half ago to saying, can we not try and sell this in the US as well? Can we not try and sell it in the UK? Can we not try and sell it in Germany? And we just started. And what's really interesting is we have sort of become the #1 brand in party celebration in the US. #2 or #3 in the UK, #3 in Germany. Which is quite interesting, right? Because if you think about it, it's an unorganized space. Actually, you can put paper products together. You can put interesting designs together. India has a lot of talent. So we actually have 6, 7 people from National Institute of Fashion Technology who are looking constantly at trends and putting boxes together that are interesting for actually the latest trend. And if you sort of put that together and you're now able to sell it globally, suddenly you can create a global brand. Likewise, for the longest time, if you think about Ayurveda, you think about, just even simple things like hair oils, right? Value-added hair oils and hair oiling used to be very much of an India habit. It's now going global. We export a lot of hair oils from India to the world, but we've never built a global brand. So can we actually build out a global brand from India in the value-added hair oil space? Or aromatherapy, right? I mean, the closest that came to was Forest Essentials, which started selling in a few countries. But could you actually sell dramatically more and build globally, right? And I think that's a very interesting opportunity because suddenly you have the world is your oyster, right? And you can actually start to think about how do I build out global brands and how do I build them out from India and actually do it in a way where I can compete with the world's best, right? So that becomes quite interesting. So part one is entrepreneurship in India, I think is still at its infancy. I think there is still a long way to go. The next 10, 15, 20 years, I think very large businesses will get built. Actually, there's a massive opportunity as these large businesses get built for supply. As we think about MSMEs, and there are many MSMEs in the room, there is a massive manufacturing opportunity to actually build these, right? Every time there's a Party Props or a value-added hair oil, there is actually 5, 7, 10 manufacturers. We actually have a sari brand that's gone global. It's called Karagiri, right? We work with 2,500 weavers and you sell all over the world, which then creates opportunities in India for weavers, for manufacturing to go global, which I think is a big, big, big opportunity. The last thing I wanted to perhaps cover is, I think, what does it mean to be an entrepreneur and how bullish are you and how, what does it take to sort of ride through, right? Because I think independent of what anybody tells you, I think entrepreneurship is quite a lonely journey because I think most people, including the Hindu Businessline, I'm sure, talk about, I think, things that are successful, but 99% of the time you're not successful. And I think being able to be resilient, and I think sometimes gatherings like these allow for more than just knowledge sharing. I think it creates a community, it creates a group, right? Because it's a lonely journey as an entrepreneur. And I think being able to make sure that you actually have the support infrastructure in India. One of the things I'm quite passionate about actually is mental health in startups and startup ecosystems. I think it's among the most interesting things that are ignored, right? I think most people talk about everything going well, but it's actually a lonely and stressful journey. So how do you actually manage that and how do you be resilient? I think is one important aspect of being an entrepreneur in India. I think the second thing about being a successful entrepreneur in India is just lasting a long time, right? Somebody once told me, if you compound long enough, if you stay alive long enough and compound, you're bound to build a large company. So how do you remain resilient and how do you last long, I think is the second thing. The third is, while I think these two things you have to keep in mind, all entrepreneurs by definition are optimists. You have to have one eye in the telescope and the other eye in the microscope, right? And sometimes that gives you a headache. But the telescope is important because that's what keeps you going, right? You have a vision of saying, can I build a very large consumer brand in India while I make every day the struggle of making sure that the export package goes through. So I think, balancing these things out is quite important, right? So, I don't want to take much more of your time. I think I had about 15 minutes. So what I wanted to maybe summarize is the following. Number one, I actually am incredibly bullish about being an entrepreneur in India over the next 10, 20 years. The macro forces are with us. You have a young labor force, you have large consumer demand, you have manufacturing capability, you have digital infrastructure, you have capital, right? So the ability to therefore build businesses is quite high. The second thing which I think is different and I wanted to leave you with is technology is a great, great equalizer. Technology allows you for global access. Therefore, don't just think India, think global. Because I think the decade for building global brands from India for the world is now. I think IT services did it earlier, pharma did it earlier. Now I think consumer brands will, I think defense will. I think there's a massive opportunity to go global. The third thing I wanted to leave you with is, I think life as an entrepreneur is tough. Enjoy every moment. Take care of yourself. I mean, it's one of those famous aircraft ads, right? You first put on the oxygen mask for yourself and then look after everybody else. So as an entrepreneur, as an MSME, making sure you take care of yourself is important. And having a telescope and a microscope, which is being very optimistic about the future, but very resilient and microscope oriented about the present to make sure that you last, I think are some of the key things. I'd be happy to take a few questions just to make it a little bit more interactive. I know otherwise it's late in the evening. So, if just to make it a little bit more interactive, happy to take a few questions. I hope that's okay. I mean, I think I finished about 12, 13 minutes. So, yeah. Any questions?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to understand where you see yourself, or where from India to be ranked among the global ranks in the next 5 years.
Yeah. So look, I mean, one of my goals is, can we create $1 billion consumer company out of India? $1 billion in revenue, not valuation. I think, can we actually create $1 billion revenue company in India over the next 5 years, building out 4 or 5 large consumer brands? Can we be market leaders and create, see, I think at 1,000 crores, a consumer brand really starts, $150 million, a consumer brand really starts to get scale. I think at brand.me, Mensa Brands, we want to be able to create 4 or 5 of these. So I think that's where I hope to be in 5 years.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Hi.
A lot of PE fund startup ecosystem. Like you said, 1 over 100 probably survive.
Yep.
What are the basic things very differently done from the survival, the guy who uses the money but doesn't make it big? What, in your experience, is what you can tell the entrepreneurs?
Yeah.
The do's and don'ts.
Yeah. So first, I think, taking equity means you're taking somebody's money. When you take somebody's money, you have to return it. And usually they expect a rate of return. So whenever I take capital, it's actually quite difficult. So don't take too much capital would be my first advice. Because the more capital you take, the more you need to return. And therefore you end up doing sort of wrong things, right? Or, you try different things too quickly. So being frugal with use of capital, I think is probably the single biggest thing I would say. I think the second is, don't confuse growth and unit economics. And what I mean by unit economics is, it's okay to invest to grow, right? You can invest in CapEx, you can invest in brand marketing, you can do many things. I'm giving a consumer example. But every transaction that you do, if you don't make money, right, then the model will never make money. So don't confuse unit economics and growth. Sometimes you sort of think you're growing very fast, but what you're really doing is just burning capital, and it'll never be sustainable. So being clear about your business model is number 2. I think number 3 is actually being able to right-size your business. Sometimes I think when you start off and take too much money, you end up hiring too many senior people, you end up bloating your cost structure. So being frugal in your team and right-sizing the team for the size of your revenues is quite important, and sometimes startups forget that. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, I'm not asking for myself. I've been in the same company for 40 years and built a company.
Wonderful.
More important because your experience is shared by rest of the MSMEs.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, great question.
Hi, I have a question.
I just went through your site, Mr. Anand.
Yeah.
It says something about your fitness, telemedicine and things like that. I would like to enumerate more about it.
Yeah, sorry. I think what we do is in health and wellness.
I just looked into the Brand Me
yeah.
website.
So we have 2 things. I think your question is what do we do, right? We do health and wellness and we do lifestyle, which are the 2 sectors that we're in. We can chat more maybe offline.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could you please throw some light on the challenges we face with the bureaucracy when we want to build global brands?
Yeah, I think there are, I think there's both bureaucracy and positives as you build global brands. One thing that has become a lot easier, and I'm more an optimist, which is why I'm an entrepreneur, is I think, for example, large companies are starting to create real avenues for growth, right? The Amazon Global Selling Program, Myntra going global are all interesting areas for smaller brands from India to go global because they create the infrastructure for you. The other thing that I think really helps is all the free trade agreements. What I think we need help with is a little bit more around policy, right? I mean, I have 40% of my business coming from outside India. And I think a large chunk of that comes from North America, US in particular. And I think having a surprise on tariffs really throws your spanner in the works in terms of how you actually think about capacity, investments, all of that. So I think some level of the government intervention in making sure that we create good free trade agreements across 3-4 key geographies will be important in building global brands.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just wanted to know the funding scenario for D2C companies.
I think, by the way, there is a lot of money available in general in India. I think if the idea is innovative and you're in a differentiated space, there is money following you. The one fallacy I would have is don't go after large addressable market. Everybody thinks you can only build TAMs, right? The problem with very large addressable markets is it has a lot of competition. And therefore, it's very hard to make money. So if you look at most of the brands we are building them in niches, right? We have a party celebration business. We have a value-added hair oil business. We have an aromatherapy business. We have a peanut butter business. There are not that much competition in each of these. So pick spaces without a lot of competition, and I think that makes it interesting. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Well, I would like to apologize because this was quite an interactive session. Thank you for that. And we are running a little late. We might have to cut down on that. I'm really sorry for that. If you have further questions, I think we can discuss that off stage. Yes, I think that was the beauty of having you here. Thank you. Please stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you for sharing your inspiring journey and also for sharing some valuable insights on the growth and development. I think that's what is the need of the hour now. On that note, I would request Mr. Sundaresan S, the Vice President, Advertisement, The Hindu Group, to kindly come up on the stage and to present Mr. Narayanan with a book from The Hindu Group as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just take a moment to thank our sponsors for this evening, our partners. Well, this is the Hindu Business Line in association with NEET, deemed to be university, and supported by our associate partners, NABARD, Canara Bank, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore, Tally, Karnataka Milk Federation, Mysore Sales International Limited, Milky Mist, Karnataka Udyog Mitra, Government of Karnataka, and Karnataka Industrial Areas Development Board, Government of Karnataka. Our office space partner, Purvanakara, our insight partner, TransUnion Sibel, and our industry partner being FICCI, Karnataka. Thank you so very much for your continued support. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are doing well. Yes, thank you. How about others? Because we are going to go deep into the topics, the themes of this evening. Are we ready for that? Are we ready for it? Yes? All right. Well, it is time to dive deeper into the panel discussions of this evening. Our first panel discussion. Here we will explore the critical themes of how MSMEs can become enablers in India's defense manufacturing sector. To moderate this discussion, I'd like to invite Mr. Venkatesha Babu, resident editor of the Hindu Business Line. Sir, can we have you on the stage? Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's our moderator for the first panel discussion. May I also invite our esteemed panelists to the stage, Mr. Navneet Singh, CEO, Kepler Aero. Sir, can we have you on the stage, please? I think let's encourage them with a round of applause, because this discussion is going to take us to a different level of understanding things. Ms. Priyanka Singhal, founder and CEO, Immunic Systems. Lieutenant Colonel Velan, CEO of Elena Geo. Commander LSS Narendra, COO and promoter of C2C Advanced Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our panelists for the first session, and this session is being moderated by Mr. Venkatesha Babu, resident editor of the Hindu Business Line. Over to you, sir.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Before I get into the topic of the evening, first of all, let me thank you all this middle of the week on a Wednesday evening, braving Bangalore's notorious traffic. All of you have been here, not only on time, probably even a little ahead. First of all, give a round of applause to yourselves for doing that. You see value in being here. We appreciate you being here. Thank you once again. Last couple of months, given all the stuff which has been happening in the country, defense, of course, has been on the top of our mind. You know the unfortunate incident which happened in Kashmir, and post that, India's rigorous, robust response. When we were looking at what we should be talking around this time in our MSME conclave, obviously the defense opportunity was at the top of our agenda. India spends a whopping, this year budget for defense is about 6.8 lakh crores, out of which about 1,80,000 crore is just for capital expenditure. So the opportunity is humongous. The last 10 years, India also has grown tremendously as an exporter. In the past, India has been mainly known for, I think till the Ukraine war broke out, India was the top defense importer across the world, and because of whatever transpired there, we have moved to either number 2 or number 3 position. But in the last 10 years, the success story has been on the exports front too. From a mere 1,900 odd crores in 2014-15, last year we did about close to 24,000 crores. a leap of unimaginable proportions. All this has been possible because of the kind of innovation, the kind of hard work which our defense sector, and interestingly, a large number of startups, small and medium enterprises have been putting in. All that was successfully showcased in Operation Sindoor. The world woke up and suddenly realized that this was something which was a big surprise. And I'm sure that in the years to go, we will have many more surprises to deliver to the world. To discuss on this topic, I have a very eminent panel, two former veterans of the services. I'm honored to have them both on the panel. We also have two representatives from companies which are driving this kind of innovation and growth, which has given India the kind of reputation and edge out there in the marketplace. Navneet, let me begin with you. Kepler is a key player in both aerial as well as satellite surveillance. Apart from various other offerings you have, this is one area. Talk to us a little bit briefly about Kepler Aero, and more importantly, give us your perspective on how do you see this opportunity. Have things changed post Operation Sindoor? Do you see now there are greater opportunities to tap into?
Thank you for this opportunity. And Kepler Aerospace is a company which is mainly into space and defense. We do from ground systems, aerial systems, drone, anti-drone systems, as well as space systems. So we are there in every aspect of defense as well as space architecture. And we have had the privilege of working on multiple defense platforms. We have had the opportunity to work with multiple agencies, be it DRDO, RCI, ISRO, and the armed forces. And it has been a great, it has been a great journey so far. And being able to contribute on critical platforms, on platforms that we can talk about and on platforms we cannot, has been a very enriching experience. Now coming to the question per se, see, warfare has been changing for a while now. It got thrust into the public memory or the public view due to Operation Sindoor in India. But warfare has been changing for a while now. It's been, Ukraine was invaded in 2022. And since then, there have been advancements on, be it drone warfare, anti-drone warfare, the way intelligence is collected, the way intelligence is distributed. There has been immense changes. Now coming to, the overall, aspect of how things have changed, I don't know how many of you followed the recent drone attacks that happened in Russia by Ukrainian special forces, or the attacks that started the Iran-Israel war, where small units of specialized forces were able to take down extremely critical strategic targets deep in the enemy territory. Our adversaries tried to do the same during Sindoor. Well, it did not work out for them very well. Thankfully, because half of it was incompetence and half of it was competence. And but I foresee the advancements and the opportunity in our adversary to the east. That is a major pain point, and we will have to make new systems. We'll have to, continuously, iteratively improve our own systems to ensure that we are able to safeguard our skies, our assets, our systems, even in the future, in case we ever have a hot eastern border. And that is where I think there is immense opportunity for all MSMEs. There is immense opportunities for big primes. there is immense opportunity for startups because it's a massive market, it's a massive requirement. When defense comes to you and says, I want something, it's usually in lakhs. So if you make something which is expendable, you are golden and you can ride that wave for the next 5 years. That's what I'll say.
Colonel Velan, both you and Narendra bring a fairly unique perspective because you have been on, both of you have been on both sides of the table. Do you concur not just on the opportunity bit, but the ability of MSMEs to actually take advantage of this? Because the barriers, especially in defense, are huge. Elena itself is in the navigation space. Indigenous SAT-based navigation. Why don't you give us your perspective in terms of what do you see about the opportunity as well as the challenges you see for MSMEs?
Yeah. Thank you for this nice introduction. I am founder of Elena Geo, which is into this niche segment of what technically we call it as multi-GNSS, Navic-based, multi-GNSS-based navigation and monitoring. Nothing, just your GPS, but we have an Indianized GPS. I'm lucky to be part of the initial team that conceived that indigenous navigational systems. We have today a large number of satellites giving you the position. So we are specialists in this domain. It's a very, very focused domain and need a high level of specialization, kind of a deep tech type of thing. Yeah. All systems today in the armed forces need our technology. Irrespective of whatever is the type of system, any system in the defense needs it, and so in the public side also, they need. So that's where we are kind of revolutionizing the Indian context from as a MSME. First thing. The first question is about our first input you needed is about how, being a defense officer, what is that we could leverage? Yeah. First thing, me becoming an entrepreneur is by default, not by design. I was pushed into this over a period of time because I found no one in India taking up this subject of navigation. Everyone was reseller. And they're happy reselling other products, specifically GPS-based American products. They were happy. So I was pushed into this, where I took on to manufacturing our own products. In this, being an armed forces officer really helps us to understand the defense requirement and the type of processing that goes into the defense paper. We did a study while I was in service, way back in 2006, about the time that it takes from an idea to RFP. We found out that we cannot reduce what is the less than 36 months from idea to RFP. RFP to induction, 24 months. That is from idea to the induction, it is 60 months time. But today, since I had this understanding about what all the nuances associated with that, we conceived a project with the Director General of Artillery. Within 15 months, the item is inducted after complete field trials and acceptance by the user. So that's what the advantage we bring in as a service community. Most of them who are dealing today are people whom we have met during our service as juniors. So we are in a position to tell that you have this requirement, rather I am in a position, because navigation is a domain I've been associated, as I said, from 2003 I'm associated within the Army, and space from 2008. So we can go to a person and tell this is a requirement and refine his requirement needs. What happens generally with this development taking place, with the ability to see this, all this war that is taking place around us, what happens, the expectation of the user community increases greatly. His expectation, what is stated today, will increase tomorrow. So this aspiration or the necessity to have certain thing with the user community will keep changing. Then technology development. We did not have a Navic technology way back in 2010, but we conceived a technology from 2019, the technology is available. So availability of technology is another factor which makes this realization possible. Third thing is that ability of us Indian companies to deliver it to Indian armed forces is a third important factor in this. So these three things need to be frozen for any RFP or any product. If we do not freeze it or handle it, we will not be able to manage. That's the main thing. We help in managing this part of it.
Colonel Velan seems to have had a smooth experience. Has it been, whenever I speak to MSME folks, most of the senior folks say that the actual definition of MSME is mostly struggling, but still mostly enduring. It's very, very difficult for MSMEs to survive, especially defense sector. The lead times are huge. What has been C2C's own experience? Why don't you talk a little bit about what the company does, as well as your own experience, having been both an insider earlier and now as a supplier?
Thank you very much. We started our journey way back in 2012. Am I audible? Our journey has not been as by him, to say that. I will bring out a small incident during World War II, and it's about Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw. Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw in World War II was shot 9 times in his abdomen, was given a war cross, and was back up and running. So I feel like an MSME is like that. You will be shot many times. You have to be resilient. You have to live, get up the next day, and start running. Our journey had not been smooth. We had our own struggles. And to tell you very frankly, there was a day when I had only 2,000 rupees left in my pocket, having sold everything. So from there, we rebuilt back again. And to bring certain perspectives into place, defense equipment cannot be sold on Swiggy, Zomato, or any other place. You have a process, you have to go through that process, and it's a very difficult process. Some of the trials that I have done, from trials to an RFQ, it has taken 8 years. And it takes that kind of sustenance, willpower, and stability in your company to do that kind of business. Yes. Now let me come to from the negative parts, let me come to the positive parts of the business. What business are we into? We are into C4ISR. We make combat management systems for warships. We make integrated bridge system for warships. And we make integrated platform management system for warships. And a lot of other systems for the Army and the Air Force. It took us 8 years of R&D to make a combat management system. Our systems are there on indigenous aircraft carrier. And our systems are also there on Malaysian frigates. And it took us, we competed against Saab, Thales, and British Aerospace. And we replaced the British Aerospace system on board that ship. This was precisely being discussed some time back. Be global. Just don't look inside, be global. And one of the things that has to improve is, I have gone to various defense expos in various countries. You will find an India pavilion, but you will not find an MSME representation there. You will not find MSMEs being showcased in other countries. So, in a nutshell, very important for an MSME to be resilient, have a niche area, and progress in that niche.
Before I come to Priyanka, I want a honest answer from the folks out here. How many of you had heard of loitering ammunitions before 2 months? If you can put your hands up. Barely a few. None of us even knew what loitering ammunitions were. Priyanka's company exactly works in that space. Very few people can actually pursue a passion project from college, build it into a viable company, and especially in a sector as tough as defense. I'm extremely pleased to have Priyanka here. Priyanka, your perspective in terms of how easy or how difficult has been for somebody like you to take advantage of this opportunity in building Amunic to where it is today.
Thank you for the beautiful introduction, Mr. Venkatesh. So, Amunic system is basically, it specializes in advanced fusing systems. So in layman language, if I say, or if to make it easier for you to understand, we make the brain of the bomb. So if you tell me that, if someone comes to me that, okay, they want to detonate or, explode this kind of an explosive, so I'll just ask, what is the way you want? You want it to be a wireless firing system? You want it to be blasted in the proximity, a timer based, or howsoever? So we cater to all the needs, and we cater to all the three warfare systems, like land, naval, and the aerial. I'm glad to share that in Operation Sindoor, some of our systems, smart fuses, were used, and since then we have seen traction in the orders. And when your systems get deployed and you see them battle ready, then you understand that yes, we can do it. And then, and that's a defining moment for a company that yes, your systems were worth it and they were applauded for it. Coming back to the question that how difficult it was. So I'll say that, this government has really created a momentum. And I don't know how many of you can agree, but I personally feel that this is the most enabling policy environment defense MSMEs have ever seen in decades. Of course, there are challenges. I would not say that there are not challenges, of course. So, if I talk about Make-2 projects or if I talk about IDEX, so, through those schemes, innovation-driven MSMEs could come to the front line and they could co-create the critical technologies with the armed forces. So for a Amunic system, user feedback has always been very important because you sitting behind a desk and making any kind of a system, you can make a very good working system. But until and unless the user finds it usable and it can be deployed, you cannot claim that the system is a good system. So IDEX and Make-2 projects have given an opportunity to the MSMEs that, they can get a real user feedback. If I talk about the challenges, of course, in Make-2 and IDEX, more than 350 MSMEs have engaged in different projects. But the transition from a prototype to a procurement is still a question. After a prototype is successfully demonstrated, it still takes about 15 to 20 months to actually get an order. And, you don't even have a surety if you will get the orders or there will be a procurement happening or not. So I feel working without confirmed orders or volume commitments is one hurdle I think we all face. So yes, that's the hurdle, I think.
Colonel Valen, your fellow officer, he was an instant success which took him 13 years to arrive at where he is today. Given that, what are the barriers? Is it technology? Is it financing? Is it the kind of hand-holding and support which the government has to extend? What are the challenges you perceive, especially for MSME players in the sector?
Yeah, before getting into the challenges exactly, I'll tell why MSMEs for defense. See, MSMEs have got that advantage of being very resilient, ability to absorb a lot of technology, ability to adapt to what is required. No big company can do. For example, a decision to take that should we have a design of a product in A form or a B form, if it's a big company, it takes a month. For us, it takes a day, not even a day. I am there and he is there, my R&D head is here, Colonel Zakaria Sanamalal. By the way, he's worked on loitering ammunition while being part of DRDO. Yeah. Now, we just sit across and tell, let's go with this, that's all. So it's so fast. This is what MSMEs can bring in for defense forces. The way people are fighting war itself is changing at a very rapid pace. That's where the correct connect, if correct connect is there with our Indian MSMEs, we'll be able to do wonders. That's what is the first thing. Okay? Challenges, yes. Understanding of what we can deliver and what is required by the user is a major challenge I find, number one. That is, what is the person sitting there on a desk is still visualizing only. He's not the user representative. To get through to the user, that's what Army is now trying to do. They're trying to put up a standard trial center where you can go, meet the user, speak to him, do trials. They're trying to put up a facility. That facility, if it comes up, it will be a game changer for all of us. So that ability to understand what actual user requirement is a first hurdle, which the person who's talking to you also cannot give you, because he is not the user. At that date, he is just a representative of a user. He is seeing something on file which has been conceived a couple of years back. That's one thing. Next is the process of procurement. As she brought out, there are a lot of uncertainties. We have to remove these uncertainties by understanding the process of procurement. In that, we should have some specialist body to tell them how to procure. The person who's come there is otherwise a normal army officer who's fighting warfare. He's not a businessman. He's not a procurement qualified person. We should make him qualified for these processes. Okay, I can tell remedy also. For that, we need to keep officers in these procurements, may not be in the same post, because the army way of working may not be in the same post, but a similar post 2 to 3 times. So that the first thing he learns, second thing he starts contributing. Third thing, he will improve the system further. That way we can work along. So these are the two main things which I perceive.
Navneet, for Kepler itself in the space in which it operates as technology, financing, or governmental support, what have the barriers been? What's been your experience?
So in our area, obviously, as our panelists have brought it out very succinctly, there are timeline delays. There are obviously long ROIs. There is a long gestation cycle. There is a long cash flow cycle. So many things that can go wrong. A lot of long and wrong things. But the major considerations are basically that, especially in our sector, space primarily, cycles are so long that you have to think so far in the future while you're trying to create your cash flow model that it becomes hard to get financing when it is actually required. Because it's so far in the future, and when you go talk to the person who you're asking financing from, and he says, so when is your first payment coming? And you say, satellite to 2 saal lagta hai banne mein bhai. That is when things hit, the area. Apart from that, there are obviously technology challenges. But more than that, I would say there are supply chain issues. Supply chain issues in our sector, especially in this new era of non-globalization that's happening, people are now isolating. People are trying to, so if you go to any country these days, everybody wants to be Atmanirbhar. Before it was a lot of export that you can go and, sell systems to the Middle East. But even today, if you try to go sell a system to Saudi Arabia, they're like, why don't you make it in Saudi Arabia? Everybody wants to be Atmanirbhar at this point. But what that causes is a lot of supply chain disruptions and issues. There has been wars around. There have been different things. For us, for example, because of the war in Ukraine, a component that was supposed to be delivered in 3 months got delivered to us after 1.5 years. And we asked why, and they said, sir, your entire production run was sent to Raytheon so that they could make Javelin anti-tank missiles. But the problem is space and defense components are used everywhere, right? So there are supply chain issues. There are obviously technology issues, as well as order line visibility, order book value. As sir said, 8 years from trials to orders. This happens, and there are so many NCNC trial requirements. You get stuck doing NCNC. There's so much NCNC that in the end I actually had to ask, sir, when are you going to do CC? Commitment and cost. NCNC we will only do. So there are a lot of problems, but obviously there is a way around it. There is perseverance is a major point that as startups and MSMEs, especially in this sector, you have to plan ahead, you have to plan around, you have to take contingency for supply chain disruptions. We for example plan 3 separate vendors, 3 separate supply chains. So these are the ways that we can mitigate around what is already happening. But it is hard, but it is also fun. So,
from being down to a mere 2,000 rupees to now Malaysian frigates having your components, has the government helped you either through technology transfer and players like, when I say you, not the C2C alone, but MSMEs in general, will we see global players emerge out of India?
That's a very interesting question. When you look at defense environment, you have subsystems, you have systems, and you have system of systems. Subsystems and systems, till you can sell, make money. But when you have to become big and go global, then you have to make system of systems. You have to make large-scale systems. And that is where all the MSMEs who are making niche products should get together and export system of systems. When I say to the Malaysian Navy, we had exported a system. That system is actually a system of systems. Now, there is where the companies can make money. Otherwise, in the present environment, you will find that there is a process of bidding and on the GEM portal, and there is also a process of reverse auction. When there is a reverse auction, you might find that you're just to lift the order, you're barely making any money. But yes, from India, you can be global suppliers, and the time has come because our technology is being seen by the rest of the world. That is where the opportunity lies.
Priyanka, just like India has an advantage in, say, information technology sector, the defense sector, especially with regard to MSMEs, do they hold any advantage at all? What's your experience been since you also are now trying aggressively to move into the international market?
So, if I talk about the international market, I read an article, some days back. It's a very small thing, but there was a tagline saying, "Russian army is marching on Made in Bihar booths." So after reading that, I could just realize that our products are now getting acknowledged, and they are living up to the standards and the quality standards, global standards, which they are supposed to be accordingly. And if I talk about defense MSMEs, of course we have a long way to go. because there is an defense export promotion cell, which is helping, or maybe we have a lot of policies in that way. But I still feel we are lacking, because we need a kind of a dedicated defense, some kind of a project formulation and a facilitation team, so that we have experts from the army, from the industry, and from the technical background, who can actually analyze that which country wants what kind of a product, can document it, and maybe put it in an online portal somewhere. Because so many MSMEs who are capable of making something, I feel, there's just a lack of awareness and visibility. They just don't know which product to sell where. So I feel there's a lot of lack of awareness. So we need some kind of an online digital portal, or a defense, innovation, procurement, and a single panel, a single window where MSMEs can be hand-holded in their innovation. The procurement cycle can be reduced, the timelines for the procurements, and of course, we can be held so that we can export our products according to the global standards.
Just for perspective, in spite of doing 24,000 crores worth of exports alone and having such a large domestic market, India, even today, doesn't figure among the top 10 exporters, defense exporters in the world. The opportunity, therefore, to tap is huge. Commander Narendra, if I were to ask you, what is the one thing you want the government to do to empower and enable MSMEs to address this opportunity?
While we were speaking, I just mentioned that our visibility in the defense expos worldwide is basically given to the public sector units. That's what I meant when I said that we need to have an MSME enclosure, these defense expos, sponsored by the government, as they do for the PSUs. Second thing is, just for the knowledge of everybody, there are various defense attaches in various countries. And these defense attaches have been given a mandate to sell Indian products. So it's up to us to contact the defense attaches and promote ourselves through them. And they are doing it. I have seen it in a live case for myself. They are doing it.
Avneet and Colonel Velan, in turns, single point wish list for both of you, apart from what Commander has mentioned, pushing Indian products, showcasing at defense expos, having the defense attaches actually push Indian products. What else would be on your wish list?
Actually, place domestic orders first. Because when you place domestic orders, you create confidence-building measures in your foreign export endeavors. Because when you go and try to sell systems of systems, as sir would have experienced, the client will first ask you, does your country use your system of systems? What is your answer there? That's the whole point. We suffer it. We have seen this happening before. So the whole point is encourage systems of systems building and procurement for domestic partners and domestic use cases. That domestic use case then itself becomes an export advertisement. You see how France pushes their weapon systems, or you see how the Germans push their weapon systems, or the Chinese, or the Americans. Americans got F-35 operational USAF fighter pilots to come to India to demonstrate their aircraft. They have done the same for MQ-9s. It's because the confidence that your own nation shows in your products, that is what helps sell it to other countries. Because you look at how Armenia is buying our systems, right? I mean, sometimes it looks like less Atmanirbhar Bharat and more Atmanirbhar Armenia. They have purchased so many Indian systems, even systems that we have not even seen in Indian service, they already have it. But the confidence building happened because they were already working with Indian forces. Tonbo was able to sell so many weapon sights to Armenian special forces because they saw Indian special forces using those sites and being happy with them. Similarly, Indian special forces bought Tonbo sites because they saw American special forces using those sites and they asked, hey, where is this from? And they said, hey, bhai, this is from India only. And then they realized that, so that's the whole point. You have to place domestic orders for systems of systems to encourage and create walking, flying, swimming advertisements for exports. And that's, you can see the example of BrahMos and the immense export success that it is having today, and Akash, the immense export systems success is because of its utility and its performance in Indian hands. And that is the best way to actually promote exports, apart from all the things that Sir has already mentioned.
Take Colonel Whelan.
Yeah, in my case, I would like to say standardization is an important thing. What happens is that for this, more so with the European countries, they create a equipment, create a European standard. For any equipment, they say you have to follow that standard what is created for his country. That way he's protecting his country product to be sold or promoting his country product to be sold to the rest of the world. We also have standardization agencies. These agencies should pick up defense standardization and give equivalence of it, like so-and-so thing is a standard, equivalent of it in Europe is so-and-so. Automatically when you publish a standard, then the other agencies will start accepting it. In Indian condition also, for example, when we procure, when the army procures certain items, they always quote certain standards which are of American origin or European origin. And obviously those products created in Europe will get sold. So we should have our own standards, equivalent standards, not just that this equal to that and please use that standard, not that way. India is a very special country with so many different types of employment, which is nowhere in the world. So we should create the standards. This will help us to address the foreign market directly. Help us to say in foreign market, there is a numbering system is there world over. We should be able to identify which product is for which number. So when we meet foreign people through the defense attaches, we will be able to tell them this is the product that we're talking about. That's one major thing that we have to do. Then one more point is that cross-subsidizing exports. Where is my incentive to export outside? I'll sell outside, okay, I'll get money. I'll sell to Indian Defense Forces or Indian public, I'll still get the same money. If I sell outside, can the government tell me, yes, you have done something good for the country, so your whatever revenue that you're bringing in can be cross-subsidized for your production. That's what is required. It's practiced by China in a very big way. That's why you find products which are being sold in India less than the cost of production because the government is cross-subsidizing it. That's what we need.
Priyanka, a little bit different take in terms of, while all of you agree on the kind of opportunity available, do we have the kind of trained manpower to address this opportunity? Is that a challenge out there, either for innovation, R&D? Do we have the kind of quality manpower available?
If we talk about the quality manpower, I feel at higher levels, yes, we do. But if I talk about a quality workforce at the ground level, there are so many initiatives which government is actually taking, but I still feel we need to, kind of bring more policies where we can actually skill our workforce because defense requires particular kind of a workforce which can deal with complexities of the system, right? So if we are talking about a particular defense system, I just cannot pick up any engineer from a normal college and then just tell him that, okay, make this system, because he does not understand any criticality of the system. Or for that matter, what environmental standards my system is supposed to follow. So for that, yes, we need upscaling and we need more skill training of the workforce required if I particularly talk about the defense sector.
Given that we are almost absolutely out of time, a few questions, please raise your hand, identify yourself. Ideally, make it a question rather than a comment. The gentleman over there. somebody could pass the mic on.
SMC Medical. My question to Navneet is, Mr. Navneet Singh, you started your unit in 2018, I suppose. Is it correct? So you have been the latest, to join this defense sector. So all SME fields having a lot of challenges. So I would like to know what has been your experience of the challenge, the biggest challenge, like rampant, corruption, red tapeism, or maybe rare material procurement. What has been your experience so far?
It has been hard. That would be the punchline. But for a more detailed answer, yes, initially there was a lot of friction. And, when you start something young, especially in this sector, which is dominated by the primes and dominated by MSMEs who have been in this sector for a while, you have to stand out. You have to bring something to the table that is actually needed. You need to look at the market dynamics and understand where are the niche areas and the gaps that you can actually fill. And one thing that we did differently is that we partnered up with an already existing MSME with a very, very long history of working in defense. And when we partnered with them, things became a little easier because we also had to learn and relearn and understand procurement cycles. I mean, anybody who has put in a bid on GEM already knows what I'm talking about. Or, that is nothing. I mean, try putting a limited tender bid for the army. That's even more fun. And we had no idea what we were doing, honestly. But thankfully, we were able to get mentorship. We were able to get mentorship from our partner MSMEs, and that was a great help. So I would suggest anybody starting out to find mentors. There are many good people in this industry. There are many people willing to help, to get a helping hand, per se. There is a saying, right? If Muhammad cannot come to the mountain. So
Thank you very much. Thank you. You guys have a great future, all the defense people there. Yeah, firepower is being tested in Pakistan recently, so we have done very well.
Before we go to the lady over there, very pithy observation made by a former Army Chief General V.K. Singh, who said that defense procurement, especially in the Indian context, is a game of snakes and ladders, except there are no ladders here. Okay? So the kind of challenges this gentleman and lady face on a regular basis is humongous. Okay, mic over to the lady, please. Yeah, please go ahead, identify yourself, ask your question.
Hello, everyone in the panel. I am Mandara, PhD scholar in international relations. Thank you so much for this initiative. More of these dialogues should come up in order to build a bridge gap between academia and industry. So thank you for that. I have two questions. My first question is China's dominance in supply chain, especially in rare earth elements. So how is it impacting India, and how India can build resilience when there is such dominance by China, whereas our rare earth elements are all nationalized? Is it a challenge for production here in India? That is my first question. My second question is the psychological impact of the agenda that you have been trying to push. So when we focus more on production of these equipments, so does it also mean that we are pushing more for market that is more of conflict? So what is the psychological impact? Are we one state away from becoming a garrison state?
Don't know about the garrison state bit, but at least the first bit on China, rare earth, the kind of challenges, Colonel Velan, if you would like to address that.
Yeah, first part about rare earth materials that are required. Major thing is explorations. India has not explored the way China has explored its country by itself. We have to start exploring. When we explore, we find many rare earth material being discovered every day. You keep listening in your normal paper, it comes out. For example, lithium-ion batteries need lithium. We found out suddenly so much of lithium is there in the brass sector. So like that, our exploration has to be quickened or make to be extensive in the entire region.
We'll leave the psychological impact to our readers, listeners, viewers to judge on where we should be. Thank you all for patiently hearing us out. Okay, one final question. The gentleman has had his hand up. Okay, you go there, sir. Can we have the mic to this gentleman, please? He had his. Try to keep the question short. We are absolutely out of time. Okay?
Hello, good evening to all. Sir, I am representing NABARD. NABARD is a Apex DFI, which is, it's implementing various skill development programs related to rural development and agriculture in rural areas. And also we have some wing of, also we are assisting the manufacturing sectors, rural MSMEs. I will ask the commander, sir, what kind of skill set required for the rural youth to be a part of this manufacturing process, which can be a generate employment, rural employment also, sir? What kind of skill set, like what type of courses and what type of skill set required for this precision kind of equipments for the defense forces and space organizations?
Let me answer your question very shortly. First of all, most of us don't think defense. Second thing is, the skill set that we want in my industry or the work that we do, actually take people, train them, and build their skills. There are a lot of software engineers available, but we get the software engineers and train them to think defense and work in that particular fashion. So that is what we do.
Thank you so much. It's been thanks to my panelists. Thanks for the audience for being patient listeners. Give a round of applause to our esteemed panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a bigger round of applause? I'd like to extend my gratitude to the panelists for shedding light on their experiences, the challenges, and the opportunities. So thank you very much. Now I would like to request our moderator, Mr. Venkatesh Babu, to hand over a book from the Hindu group to our panelists as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you are very curious with your questions and you want them to be answered. I'm sure our panelists are going to be really helpful with the answers as well. So if you have further questions, feel free to reach out to them and get your queries answered. Thank you. Kindly give us a moment. I hope your energies are high. Yes? No? Are we ready for the next discussion? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the fireside conversation, and I'm sure this is going to be very interesting, interactive, and insightful as well, because this is with one of India's leading voices in the defense electronic space. May I invite to the stage Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan, Chairman and Managing Director, Data Patterns India Limited. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And in conversation with Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, Editor, The Hindu Businessline. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, and we are looking at the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes of a very interesting conversation with Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan. Mr. Rangarajan has gone through the journey that we heard a lot about from the previous panelists. He's built up Data Patterns. He's the Chairman and Managing Director of Data Patterns, which is a high-flying defense stock in the markets today. He's, if I were to read out the stuff that his company has supplying, it'll read like the laundry list of high-tech defense components that anybody can supply. For instance, he supplies radio frequency seekers for the BrahMos missile. Anybody who knows about missile systems will know that the RF seeker is the most important component which helps zoom in on the target. He does fire control systems for BrahMos, again a very important component. He does vehicle-based launch systems, navigation systems, launch pad systems for ISRO. The 2 launch pads of ISRO in Sriharikota run on his launch pad systems. He builds nano satellites, ground receiving systems. Data Patterns supplies avionics for the Tejas light combat aircraft. Launch control systems for the Su-30 fighter. Data Patterns is also into electronic intelligence and communication intelligence systems, receivers. They produce receivers. And electronic warfare systems. Mr. Rangarajan began his journey in a very, very humble way, like many of the entrepreneurs we heard in the panel just now. Sorry. He started his journey in 80s, mid-80s.
85.
85.
Company was started in 85.
And lots of trials and tribulations, which I'm going to ask him to recount for the benefit of all the MSMEs in this room. He didn't let go. He kept at it. And today, his company is, as I said, one of the stars in the stock market. And I first met Mr. Rangarajan soon after his company did an IPO in December 21. I met him in March 22. And at that time, to tell you the stellar growth of Data Patterns, at that time his revenues were 224 crores and his profit was 55 crores. Today, he does the same money in a single quarter and all in a matter of 3 years. His revenues in 24-25 were 755 crores and his profit after tax is 221 crore, right? That'll give you an indication of how successfully he's built his business. Data Patterns order book as of now is over 700 crores, if I'm right. So, and he's consulted very closely by the people who matter in the government for defense supplies, for components, for strategic inputs, and for all that, Mr. Rangarajan, as I said, started off as a very small MSME. You wouldn't even call it an MSME. It was a one-room operation in a residential neighborhood in Chennai in the 80s, to say. So let me first ask Mr. Rangarajan how he's scaled up from where he was, his challenges that he faced, how he didn't let go. He kept at driving the business through all the trials and tribulations.
Thank you for having me here. We're already late in the evening.
Please take the time you need.
You're
Don't
asking
worry
me to
about
talk about
schedule.
40-year journey. So, and normally I tend to talk a lot. So let me cut down. Okay, yeah, just to give some important points in the last 40 years of journey. One is, like everyone said, the commander said, he had 2,000 rupees left after selling everything. I started the company with 11,000 rupees, post-PF, after tax, because PF is taxed, gratuity and all that is passed with less than 5 years. So I did all the mistakes. I'm not like all these guys here who know what they want to do, and they're here doing great things. I only had this interest that I should be an entrepreneur. And that burning requirement was inside. And I was in the computer age. I was working in a company called IDM, post-IIT, 4 years. And then I was a chemical engineer. So I had no business to do what I'm doing today. So everything was wrong. I started with, I didn't have money, and I didn't have background. And I didn't have colonel's experience or commander's experience in the Army or Navy. Nevertheless, the burning sensation is that you need to do something. So I joined up with a colleague of mine who was a very good electronics engineer. So we said, let us build systems in India. The one thing which we've always done in the last 40 years is designed products in India. We've never imported products all through our life. Again, that's a very, very wrong decision to do with no money. You can't design and go to market. So whatever is taught in business school and books, which our Anand Narayan was talking very nicely about, is what I did not do. So it's a wrong call. But at that point in time, we could not borrow money. We are middle class, so we had to, the only way I could do this is make this work. It's tiger by the tail, and you have to make it work. So as luck would have it, my colleague, partner left in 1 year, and I had a product which is not working. So it's not a journey which I would again go back to do 40 years back. I will definitely not do this with so much opportunities in India. So first thing I had to do is recruit engineers from college, make them work with make the product work, and then sold it to a few people, gave all the loans away, and then redesigned the product as a world-class product. Then we sold this branded product, competed with Hewlett-Packard, Perkin-Elmer, all the foreign companies in India, branded for Indian companies. And that's the first 3 years of our life. And then started building products using the IBM PC, which was there. I started without PC. IBM PC was not this Apple age. So use it, internationally found what they're doing. They're using for automation and testing. So I said, why can't we do that here? And India is importing everything, and India always imports everything. You know, even today we are importing most of our defense equipment. So I thought all these imports is rather gives a market opportunity in India if we can do something world-class. So try and do world-class systems in India, but design in India, the IP creation in India. So we built the automatic test systems. The first systems we sold to Department of Space. In that days, we developed our own language. HP had a basic interpreter language. We also had a language. We built systems. So we started everything from scratch and built up a configuration. It's very tough to sell it to space. They're saying, look, how do you know the product will work 5 years from the line and 10 years to time? Will you be there to support it? Because my launch is failing. I can't have the test equipment failing. So I can't prove to him that I'll be there 5 years or 10 years from now. So it was go back again and again to him, demonstrate the system and get the first orders. Then we became single vendor orders for all of launch systems. Whatever test systems, checkouts, Department of Space, we have a rate contract with them. 90% of whatever is flying or even ground systems are tested using our systems. Our journey started, that is a break which we got. The launch countdown system was in 2002. It is working in 2025 for all the launches. Last 20 odd years, we don't have an AMC. Product's still working. They still call us if they require. They have spares, they work. So we have a lovely relationship with them and built up a capability. We moved into defense around early 2000 into actually airborne systems. The first products we did were, we were doing launch, the test system that there is not volume, but we had technology. We built everything from scratch, every hardware and software design in-house. We never imported anything. So we went into, the first thing was in NADA, here Aerodrome Development Establishment. I had a morning meeting with them today. The cockpit display for Tejas is designed by us. It's a very new area. So we built up a competency. They said, look, we have a design. They built a specification. So we built the design. 2-3 months later, they called us for a preliminary design review. There are 40 scientists sitting there. I've already finished the design. And then they say, no, this component you cannot use this component. New design was formulated. So I had to understand a different way of working with JRDO and ADA and all that. So we junked it. Actually, we thought we'll move away. But I was told, no, this is our way of working. You need to work through us. So learning on, as you work, there was a lot of learning. They said, once you do this display, hundreds will follow every year. And I laugh all the way to the bank. But that's not the case. 2005 we did. 2022 we got an order for 250 pieces. So it took 13 years to do this, or 14 years. So it's a very difficult journey. So, but we already got involved. What else can we do? Then we said, let us build all of electronics, not just a processor, this. We went into RF microwave, into control systems, video, audio, structure, and put up an infrastructure. Then we found people leaving. All, when they work with us 3-4 years, people leave, multinational taking of people. So I need to put process in place, put a lot of process, written down process, guideline, checklist for everything so that the knowledge is captured, proper defect investigation process. The Army and Navy officers will be spiling because that is all part of the system. So enormous defect investigation. Every learning is captured and people come in and learn this, not fresh from our mistakes. They don't have to make more mistakes. They can make more mistakes, but not the same ones which we have done. So all this went through. And then we put our own manufacturing infrastructure because what we did when produced outside, we are failing and we had to be held responsible. So we didn't have size, but we still put the infrastructure. It was, we had no money. And we couldn't get money. Unlike the startups today, we get every money we couldn't get. And I had no collateral. So I had to borrow money without collateral. I borrowed 100 crores plus without collateral.
Can I interrupt you here? This anecdote about the banks wanting your father's house as a collateral.
Yes, first when I want 2 lakhs, Canara Bank, I remember divisional office manager was there. I wanted 2 lakhs. And he said, do you have any property? I said, no. Where do you stay in Chennai, Madras? My father's house. Is his own property? He said, yes. Then ask your father to give the property collateral. No problem, we'll give you money. But that is father's property, not mine. How can I give collateral? My father won't give it to me. So he said, if your father doesn't believe in your business, how do you expect me to believe in business? This is the question. I said, my father relationship is that he's given me education. I've done my MS, I've come out. He's retired and he wants to take care of his 3 children. I can't go and disturb him. It's not a business relationship, it is an emotional relationship. He's given me what I wanted. You are in mine, it's a business relationship. You're taking interest from me. Okay, you are making money out of mine. So let's not talk about it. So I kept going by, I got it. I got 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 25 lakhs. After that, they said gold loan. I don't do gold to give loan. So I went to the AGM, GM there, changed the bank to SBI. They gave me 1 crore. Went to ICICI. Every 2 years, changed banks to get more money. And kept on getting money. But we didn't have, there is only, and no collateral. All my life, there's no collateral. But we borrowed more than 200 crores, 300 crores. But that is the only way to survive, because we didn't have money. But important thing is, I'll come to that other questions later. About the growth, we did this, then we said all of electronics we learned. Infrastructure we put, process we did. Then we decided that we have to do systems. Our friend was talking about system of system, bridge management system, platform management system, and all that. So when you do systems, the market in India is in defense is only PSUs and DRDO. PSUs import technology and manufacture it, or DRDO hands over technology and manufacture it. 15 years back, we can do only the DRDO for development. There's no other business available. Indians cannot quote to MOD tenders because they're not accessible to us. And anyway, we didn't have the products. So we have to learn development through DRDO by making small parts. So first thing we did in DRDO is whatever they're importing, we said we'll design. So we competed with foreigners in this and get the product working. Reused it in various applications. This is what we did with DRDO. And we could do only parts of it. So we went non-defense. I want to build radars. We upgraded all the radars of ISRO, all the tracking radars, which is there, 2,000 kilometer tracking. We did modern electronic software. Most of them, the transmitter 1 megawatt, is all designed by us. So we went again non-defense to understand radars. Then when my Indian market opened up, 2014, they said, okay, you can also participate in MOD tenders. We decided to design our own radars, participate in the tender for precision approach radar to land. We demonstrated NCNC trial. We borrowed another 30 crores, which we couldn't afford. But the trial worked in Nasik, and we made a single vendor order for 380 crores. So it has been a journey of, like I said, resilience or whatever. We built up a competency model now. Then we decided we need more. When the market started opening up to us, the important thing is, like a commander was saying, we need to have products. We can't have subsystems and go global or make big systems. And we don't have an ecosystem in India. Tata, L&T, anybody else, they tie up with foreigners. Everybody tries with foreigners. There is no ecosystem here. What is outsourced is mechanical fabrication of small parts. So the MSMEs are used for that, not for anything else. And the size always talks to you. There is never equal footing here. And there is no ecosystem. Like HAL wants to build everything, L&T also wants to build everything. So ecosystem doesn't happen. So only way to get respect is compete with them. So when you want to do that, we need money. So we decided to go public, raise money. 1.5 years back, we raised another 500 crores after going public. We raised 500 crores only for product development. Only to build our own satellites, our own systems. So we are doing that now and looked at market opportunities where some low-hanging fruits, we expect low-hanging, it's not so low-hanging. We're trying to build all the aircrafts, fighter aircrafts. We don't have sensors, all old sensors. We're building our own fire control system for BrahMos, for Su-30 and MiGs. We're trying to build our own with Swashblade like Eurofighter. We're building a jammer pods for aircraft systems, fully designed in-house, mechanical, everything we design in-house. So then get into trial. Only to yesterday, we had a call with the Air Force. They said they'll give us a Su-30 to help us fly these systems and go through another 1 year of flight trials. It's going to be a hard journey. But we're looking at growth because we need to build products to build addressable markets. And we want to put addressable markets 40-50,000 crores. We are now a listed company. Now we have to scale very hard. So this is where we are. We are about 1,600 people today with 1,100 engineers working in design. We are bullish about what we are doing. The journey has been, it's so simple. Nicely I have sold, and he's given a very good introduction of market share and market cap and all that. But that is all not in our head at all. We are very worried about tomorrow. Sustainable business. See, growth has to be sustainable, especially when you are publicly listed. We need to have visibility of 4 years, 5 years. You can't have 1 year order book and see how I'll go to grow. So important thing for me to get a 5 year order book. So we are working harder than ever. I go to office at 8:30, come back at 10 o'clock, 30 in the night. I thought after going IPO, I have a lot of money, so I can have holiday, but I have not taken a single day holiday. So life is completely different from what I imagined.
Would you want to recall this anecdote? Data Pattern's original office was in a very congested residential locality in Chennai called Westmamblam. I don't know how many of you know. To draw a parallel, it's like having an office in Malleshwaram, one of those cross streets.
No, it's more like Avenue Street here. Avenue Road.
Yeah. So there is this interesting anecdote of how when you are building up, trying to impress ISRO and DRDO, the great Sivadanu Pillai wanted to visit your office. And what you did overnight, because he's known to be a stickler for perfection and order. So you're working in an office which was above a vegetable shop. So how did you do that?
No, we didn't know Sivadanu Pillai at that time. We were working with ISRO and getting into, and whether we'll get BrahMos when we went BrahMos, they said, no, you're too small a company. You can't do a fire control system for BrahMos. I said, we've done whatever we wanted is already available with us. So 3 years, 3 days, we had a seminar, put the product working, and we had a one-day training portion for RCI that Linux is new to them. We are already doing Linux. How do you do interrupts in Linux? How do you do software drivers? So we explained everything, and they got convinced. 3 days of continuous operation. Then they said, allowed me to come to tender. Then it looked like Dr. Sivana Pillai was visiting Madras. He's heard of that. We are participating in the tender. And Sunday, he wanted to visit us. Saturday, somebody, RCI, another who retired as DLRL director, Dr. Dash, was sitting with me and talking. I told him, Dr. Sivana Pillai is coming. Arey, this is so dirty. Your ground floor is dirty. Oh, how can he will not come? He doesn't like all these things. I said, he doesn't like all this? But this is where my office is. No, you do something. Then I called my wife. I said, tell a few people, whitewash the office. Nights, even 6 o'clock, we whitewashed the entire office. She went and talked to the ground floor vegetable fellow, closed the vegetable shop for half a day, and said, we'll pay you vegetable that day's earning. And all this was done so that he can come. And we had a small place. So he said he wanted a video of how the strike, the BrahMos strike happened. Beautiful video. We were all in tears that we're going to be part of it. And they say, if we give you a contract, some trucks will come, 3 missiles have to be integrated. How will you do it? I told him, give me 3 months' time, sir. We'll have a 3,000 square feet hall, air-conditioned, to put this whole thing. So allowed us to participate. And finally, we got the order against all the bigwigs. And that is now air version, ground version, checkouts, all of them is done by us, including the launcher, which is successful. Then we do the seeker now for BrahMos. Anyway, that is we had number of stories like this.
What are the challenges of being a defense supplier as opposed to being a supplier to some other industry? What are the specific challenges that you have faced which will help people here in the room to understand?
I can talk about defense. I have not been in any other industry, so I am not the right person about other industry. I'm sure one thing I've understood, to be in business or an entrepreneur, every business is tough. There's a learning for every business. When we went through nonsense in the first few years, my partner left and something happened. People then told me, hey, get into leather exports. It's very easy. I'm talking about 35 years back. Textile exports, very easy. One business you have not done properly. How will you do the other business second? I said, no, first prove this, that I'm capable of building one business properly. Then we can look at it. We are not Adani or Ambani, buy businesses into. We can't do this. You see, MSMEs, we start with something, we have to specialize, you have to stick along to it, make it a success. And it has to be special. It has to be outstanding. If you're not outstanding, you are forgotten. You're one of the other guys who are running in that business. So I said, no, this is one thing I have to do, let me do it. Defense is a tough business. It's a very, very tough business. If the business is fully controlled by government, that makes it almost impossible to survive. See, IT, they said very good. Enablers are there. Somebody said like, IT enabler, and have you enabled this? Question was asked. IT was not enabled. IT survived. Now government is saying very good. IT, they kept away from, and so it's very good. And they did it. Every end customer is government, process is government, and if you go to bank and ask, I've got a government order, will you give me money? He said, no, we don't want government order, get private sector order. I won't give you money for this. So this is a negative opinion of business when government is involved. Matter of fact, I shouldn't say, but Infosys is one of the promoters. I wrote to him for money. He said, I'm very happy what you're doing, but you're dealing with government, and I do not want to work with you. So I can't. See, this is the actual feeling. That is, let us not, the elephant in the room has to be addressed. Okay,
have things changed right now compared to what it was earlier?
See, I'll tell you, opportunities have become higher. Still, government is there. They have to reduce government. If scaling has to happen, government has to come down. And the other panelists are saying, export, this, that. Majority of the business is nominated to BEL and HAL. Okay, so we need, second is their confidence. See, I'm not going to blame government at all, because where is the confidence? Ever since, independence, we've been importing products and put public sector to manufacture it. They don't know anything else. Then they brought in DRDO, said, all my blood have been done here. There's only 2 arms. our coin. One will do development, one will do manufacture. They call it PA, production agency. And nowhere you heard this concept anywhere in the world. It's the same coin, but you don't have two sides to it. You have to develop to take care of your market requirements. You can't outsource development to somebody else and gain out of the development. It's unheard of. It is not. It's an unviable kind of a market system. But India continues with it because that's what. How do you dismantle it? It's not a. And second, there's no industry to develop. Who can give you the missile? Who can give you the aircraft? Who can give you the radar? So there's a problem. How? And I need to fight my war. So dismantling has to happen. Enablers have to happen. It is happening. At least they've opened up market now. Then make one, make two. But make one, make two takes 5 years. Before an order can come, or 6 years. So you must understand what you're going. It's all very nice to hear. Business is size, but very, very tough. So it is a tough business. Process. You need to be process driven. Certifications take a long time, especially airversion systems. It takes extraordinarily, unnecessarily long time. Okay, it takes enormous time. You need to cut all this down. Under a concept of safety, we take enormous time. And that has nothing to do with safety. So it's people. So it is government. I'm talking openly. Don't put me behind bars. But see, but resilience is necessary. But what I'm saying, opportunity is huge. If you can understand the requirements, address the requirements, navigation is a problem. But you need to navigate because life depends on it. So since your life depends on it and you're an entrepreneur, you're bloody well asked to do this job. You're a damn entrepreneur. Okay, you have to earn your money and give it to your employees also. So that's your job. You have to do it. It is tough. And I can go on, but because of lack of time, I'm not answering all your questions fully.
But do you think the private defense supply industry in India is slowly coming of age, or?
Very definitely. Very definitely. Largely, it's still imported. Big companies still import, and then Make in India certification is made. 50% Indian content, 60% Indian content. There are a lot of people who root also. That's also truth. But opportunities are here. Some of the companies who are strong will stand up. And commitment and quality, and they have to be different. And you have to compete with foreign systems. Then it will start coming up. We need to do this. Opportunities are there. See what happens, any business will work when the opportunity gets opened up. That's all I'm saying. If somebody is willing to pay the money, somebody will stand up and say, be counted. It will happen. And there's so much of news, huge, a lot of people are believing in all this, but it's a tough opportunity, but definitely addressable opportunity. And India cannot be great, big country, unless you have a very strong Indian defense system. You can never be counted. You'll always be wanting. You'll beg there. Somebody says, I need to get transfer. I don't want transfer of technologies. Why are we going and asking other governments, give me transfer of technologies? Why are you not enabling transfer technology here? Make a level playing field. Give them, throw money, DAPA, this, you throw money at them. Doesn't matter, no, it works. Some of it will be good. And that is good enough. And India has a phenomenal engineering capability. We have second to none. I believe in them. But opportunities has to be given, market opportunities, enablers have to come. And partnerships have to happen. We can't do partnership with government. There's a divide. You need to take the divide out.
You must be dealing with a lot of MSMEs yourselves as sub-vendors, assemblers, and other stuff. So what is your experience of the way they deal? Are they scaling up? Are they measuring up in terms of quality standards, delivery schedules?
Okay, some of them, mechanical, we outsource machining. We do all the design ourselves, we outsource machining. We have very good suppliers. But the problem is these quantities are very less. There are automotive guys, they need large quantities. When you get specialized, and we say sub-micron, they have some issues with this, CNC machines, usage. Price is higher, but anyway, now slightly volumes increasing. We are getting good results. Reliable suppliers are there. A lot of rejects happen. When you go back and correct the rejects, we have to spend time also with the supply chain to see that we meet our requirements. And you have to spend a bit more. It is necessary. But some of the companies are not interested. For example, the Seeker. Now suddenly they said, I want to increase it to 13G. The motor, we have to import. Motor knowledge is available in India, But they're saying, no, no, we don't want to do 13G. When you do 75 degrees centigrade means I don't want to get involved. So there is resistance to this. There are very established players, but there's resistance there. So I think with time, when the volume increases, that is for them also, the business potential they see, they'll work. This potential is not translated. No, they don't want to work. Actually, it's their business. We have to appreciate what they're doing, going through. You have to create business opportunity here, then it will all happen. But yes, we are satisfied with the vendor base and is always growing, and demands are more. So we need to have more vendors and deliver what we have.
One last question. We are short of time, but I want to ask this question. What are the 3 things that you'd advise MSMEs who are getting into the defense supply business, in a very brief manner, if you could mention the 3 important things?
I'll go to 5 or 6, but 3 is difficult. But anyway, one is, like everybody said, resilience. You have to be patient. You have to make it work. It is not going to happen overnight. It's a very tough business. Any business, and more so because you're government here, you need to go through the government channels. So you have to be patient, persist. You have to persist. That long-term persistence has to be there, otherwise you cannot be successful. You cannot, it is not a startup, give this, go there, give this, it's not there. You need to persist. That passion has to be there to excel. If you don't have the passion, it is going to be very difficult to survive in this business. I will give something else also. See, when I started the company, and MSMEs, we all know, when you go to the bank, bill discounting, create bills, discount it, take care of it, that day's problem. Never do that. Don't do things you're not supposed to do. You are small, understand you're small, be within your circle, live within your circle. Okay? Do something as a habit for one day, take some shortcuts, it will come back and bite you. I'm telling all SMEs, I think you take shortcuts. People tend to do that because earlier days we didn't have money, startup money was not there, and some people take shortcuts. And that obviously comes back to you. Maybe some people escape, but I've never done it, so we never do this. And like I asked this question for Anant Narayan, he was saying, when money is available in startup, money is available, you be very careful, very, very prudent how you spend it. Don't spend the money because you have money. It has to create return on investment. It has to create value proposition. Be very careful, be very stingy with spending, with people, whatever it is. Because this is a long journey and the cash has to be there. The other point is profitability and cash flow. Most MSMEs, they'll say, okay, profit is so much, so I can spend. Then find that the 9th month you have no money to actually even spend that year. Cash flow is as important as your profitability. You have to sell on profitability. You can't sell on loss. Need to understand this gem portal, reverse auction, all over what we're talking. I'll keep selling it few percentage. This is not going to take you anywhere. MSMEs actually rule, if you look at Europe and US and all of them, the MSMEs will be family-run business, 50 years, 70 years, but each of them will have investment more than $100 million, $50 million in plant and equipment. And the knowledge base is so high, those companies get bought over by large companies. This is what happens. It will happen, but that is because it is, they do very specialized work. This is again Anant Narayan was saying. Be differentiated. Don't do everything what other people do. It's a very tough business. You cannot compete like this. Differentiate, get into specializations. You have to rule the market. You have to control the market. If you don't have control of the market, you are not going to grow. You need to have some say in the market which you're there. That product has to have a say. This is my few pieces, what I learned.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rangarajan. I'm sure there's a lot of takeaways for the MSME representatives in the audience here. I can go on and on talking to you. It's very interesting, but paucity of time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Well, we request you to kindly stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our speakers on stage. I believe with experience comes wisdom, and wisdom helps us navigate through challenges and uncertainty. Well, this was a very captivating conversation. Thank you to both of you. May I now request Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan to hand over a book from the Hindu group to Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan as a token of our appreciation. could take a moment here, maybe a minute of your presence. When we speak about panel discussions or when we talk about the fireside chat, you know, it is very interesting because there are different perspectives of different leaders and visionaries involved. So very quickly, I want to understand what is your takeaway from the conclave. If anybody can just raise your hand, I'm sure my friend here will hand over the mic to you. Anyone who would want to just talk about their takeaways from today's conclave? Anyone? Yes, please, can you hand over the mic there? Yes, ma'am.
Myself, Kavajit, I represent a company
You're
by
not
name
audible,
KS
ma'am.
World Ventures. So my key takeaway is, as sir rightly said, focused on your skill. I was thinking I should get into defense because I get so many orders. Now I think I'm not the right fit. I should outsource.
Wow, congratulations on understanding that. Thank you very much, ma'am. Anyone else? Your key takeaways from today's conclave? Yes,
So thanks. Myself, Mitesh. I'm from also voluntarily doing the MSME Startup Forum as a National Vice President and President. I also run a consulting company with India and outside of India, Africa. At present, it with 14 African countries. And on par of that today, the takeaways are, which rightly said the vocal for local, which Minister Sir also told, which I believe, and from the beginning, I was most promoting on that part. When I shifted from Africa 10 years back to India, so I myself elevate in Bengaluru market from the last 10 years here. So the great takeaway is that you should be local for vocal. Let's promote our Indian, all the belongings, or small, town in Karnataka, we have 29 districts. So we should focus on that part and give them the privilege to international market. I have been the last year with our forum, we have taken the 2 delegation to Dubai also. So to give all the counterparts like we are from Hassan, Chittadurga, Raichur and all. So they have taken benefits and now they're taking the orders from international market also. So this is a great takeaways which we can do it like that way. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much and congratulations.
I'm a much happier person after attending this. It's been enlightening and really heartening that India is heading to the right direction. This is the happiness that is after coming here and seeing especially the defense sector doing so well.
Yes.
We have a great future ahead. That's on a happy note.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words.
Namaste and good evening to you all. I'm Chaya Gandhi from Copper Wire Industry. I'm MSME Startup Forum Bharat, a National Senior Vice President as well as a State President of Karnataka chapter. Today, what we actually think that we can do this, we can do that, and we can eat the fruits immediately. I always say to my all friends that this is what it is not there. You cannot. You have to understand. You have to understand the full system and then you have to slowly solve it. So today, actually the growth, real मायने में growth क्या होता है, कैसे होता है, how to go depth in that, that's what totally I have learned that so I can educate my fellow members in my forum. Thank you so much for this fantastic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I believe in spreading that knowledge as well. And I love the fact that you wanted to do that as well for your colleagues and peers. Thank you. I think, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to dive deeper into our panel discussion, our second panel discussion of this evening. And that is MSMEs powering Make in India. Our second panel discussion of this evening focuses on expanding role of MSMEs in India's manufacturing revolution. To moderate this discussion, I'd like to invite Mr. M. Ramesh, Consulting Editor, The Hindu Businessline, to kindly join me on stage. Thank you, sir. He's our moderator for the second panel discussion. Joining him on stage are Mr. Rajiv Kaul, Managing Director, ACUS Limited. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Vijay Peri, Vice President, India Industrials, Zetwork Manufacturing Businesses. Mr. Digvijoy Nath, Co-founder and CTO of Agneet. Mr. Sumit B. Patil, Head Operations, Ethereal Machines. Over to you, Ramesh sir.
Good evening. Elladigu namaskara. Approaching dinner time. I request you all very earnestly to keep looking straight ahead, not to turn this way or this way where food is served, so that you are not distracted, because we have a very interesting session. When my editor, P. Srinivasan, asked me to moderate this session, I sat and prepared a long note of all about everything about MSMEs, all statistics and data and so on. And when I came and saw this hall, that foolishness of it struck me. What the hell am I going to tell this audience about MSMEs that they don't know already? I'm not going to tell you that MSMEs account for 30% of GDP, or I'm going to tell you that 45% of exports from MSMEs. You are not going to need me to tell you that 110 million people are employed by MSMEs. I will not speak about all those things. There is, however, one little data point that I will speak, although you also know about that point, but it's very relevant here, which is that about 37 to 40% of India's manufacturing output comes from MSMEs. What does it mean? It means that our Atmanirbhar Bharat cannot happen, just cannot happen without MSMEs. And that is what we're going to discuss today. And I truly must compliment my colleague, our Businessline's resident editor, Bengaluru, Venkatesh Babu, for putting together such a wonderful panel here. I'm told that this panel was very, very carefully, the companies were very carefully selected, carefully chosen, so that, they bring a lot of insights into this. We have, for example, Quest. Rajiv is there. This company has number of manufacturing facilities, 3-4 manufacturing facilities, one in India, one in France, one in the US. They are in contract manufacturing. They make aerospace components, they make consumer goods, and so on and so forth. Zetwork, the second one. Very interesting company. They were written about by Wall Street Journal. They were written about in Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal wrote a piece about them fairly recently, right? So about 2-3 months back. A very interesting company. They do practically do everything. They are in renewables, they are in aerospace, they are in all kinds of things. They have manufacturing facilities which are open for others to, they manufacture products for others, and then they deal with about 10,000 suppliers in the world. And importantly, they help companies set up manufacture in India. Overseas foreign companies set up manufacturing in India. They have got one American nail clipper company into India. They help them set up an entire supply chain ecosystem and help them manufacture. They also got one MNC, I think one MNC shift a part of its production from China to India, which is very relevant for us. And very interesting. Agneet, gallium nitride. It's a very rarefied field. So if, it's the in thing in semiconductor industry, as most of you know. If we are lucky, the world is lucky to find a lot of gallium, hopefully not in China. Gallium nitride will edge out the age-old silicon. Such a powerful, wonderful semiconductor material, high power density and so on and so forth. And there are, lots of defense applications. It's a very rarefied field, very, very high-tech field. And they are into it, they design, they make wafers and components and so on. So again, a very interesting company. These people, ethereal. I can go on and on about them. You know, for two friends, college mates, Oshik and Naveen, they were in some engineering college. And then they decided that engineering was not interesting. I mean, the course was not interesting for them. They wanted to make something, do something very interesting. They ended up developing a 5-axis CNC machine. Now, I don't know much about 5-axis CNC machine, but I only know that it's very high tech. Only Japanese and Germans, people like that can manufacture. And truly enough, when they set up this company, they were met with a lot of skepticism. Most people did not think that they would succeed. And today they have lots of, an army, a fleet of CNC machines which provides precision manufacturing services. So that's why I said it's a very, very interesting panel, and Venkatesh Babu and his team deserves all kinds of, deserves credit for this. The one thing that you will not fail to notice in this panel is that there is one common thread, or maybe two common threads running. One is that they are all into manufacturing. And they are plugged into global supply chain. A wonderful panel. So that's why we have an interesting session ahead. What I want to do is to ask questions, not even questions, they're just prompts. Get you guys speaking about MSMEs. Just prompts, not serious questions. Perhaps two questions, because, again, I have to wind it up fast. And then after that, I will throw open, and then there will be questions individually for them, depending upon which companies, where they are coming from. Rajiv, may I start with you? You have manufacturing facilities in multiple locations. First of all, let us discuss this. The Government of India has a number of schemes, PLA scheme, PM Gati Shakti scheme, then IDEX, Make One, so on and so forth. I want to ask all of you, in this order perhaps, have these schemes, the benefits of these schemes percolated to the MSME sector? What do you think? What's happening?
See, I will answer it in two parts. Okay. Before I go to the next question, I would first come up with the question is that if we see globally, MSMEs is the most, if you see actually all the geographies, including even China, Europe, Japan, US, MSMEs contribute 60-65% of the GDP. Okay? But our country, we're only at 30% of GDP. Because that is how historically industries have been built. So in India, if we have to really do something, we have to really look at much larger picture is, because I heard all the panelists previously, then from data pattern, I heard all those things, and our own journey. I believe India as a country, there are a lot of things what you said about PLI scheme, Make One, Make Two, Make Three, Gati, and other schemes and all those things. As a country, we should have a comprehensive, as a mission and goal. We want to be, let's say in 2030, we are saying like we could be 7 trillion, 10 trillion, whatever number each as there as a country. We want to be currently from 30 to go to 35, 40%. Or we have to put as a goal as a country, we need to be, our MSME should contribute at least 50% of the GDP. Once we put as a goal, this is what as an organization we do, we put a goal, right? We want to go here, we want to build these things. Once we put that, then we have to comprehensively try to address it, both from public, as Minister told, from the policy perspective, corporates, large corporates, private, academia, banks, everything has to come together to see what does it mean to achieve it and together. Because otherwise it will be again struggling, perseverance, persistence, and because we always hear about the successes, but we also have a lot of failure rates as a country in MSME. That is what we have to reduce, the failure rates. So that is what I suggest as a MSMEs way to do. These policies are always there. They will come, but they all come in pockets. It has to come up as a MSME vision and goal policy together. So that's what I say, where everything can be addressed together. Now, let me tell you about PLI scheme and other questions what you raised. PLI is driven by, again, a different strategy of what as a manufacturing we need to achieve. MSMEs may not directly be able to contribute there because the requirements of investments and everything are quite huge because their goals to achieve multi-billion-dollar revenues, so much employment generation. So only wherein PLI can do is it can be part of the supply chain to these anchor customers, anchor companies who are taking lead in it. Again, that also should become part of our main policy where anchor companies are told, hey, this much as a private, you need to put it into the supply chain, okay, and build these. Because so much critical technologies, you're mentioning about Germany and everything we heard about, so much critical technologies is by these small companies who have built niche capable technologies across Europe, across Japan and all those things. So that is where it is then coming to make one, make two, make three. We heard the challenges, gestation period, investment cycles, collection. It's humongous. So this is my take on it. I think it has to be addressed much larger and broader to get there.
Right.
MSME, we had our humble beginnings once, right? So we were MSME by ourselves. Thanks to a lot of government initiatives, we were, I would say, a direct beneficiary of multiple initiatives which were taken starting from Digital India, Startup India, and now Make in India, right? So from being an MSME to associate with 10,000 MSMEs, not just in India, going global, associating with them and working across aerospace and defense, energy, consumer electronics, and capital goods. We would say all this happened not just because of what we do internally, but is also because of the ecosystem which got created around us in phases. For example, if to talk about PLI, the production-linked incentives, specifically I would talk about the consumer electronics. While the exact PLI would be directly impacting the large anchor companies, however, it is never one single company which actually does the work. It's the backbone of these companies are MSMEs. So when this PLI gets implemented, it actually hits everyone, right? So it's not just the anchor company sublets or does the entire supply chain through these ones. So for example, in our case also, when the PLI was implemented, in not one segment, but multiple segments. For example, in consumer electronics, it increased the domestic production. It created a very strong supply chain internally, locally, right? So, and when these foreign players came in, while the foreign investment came in, there's a strong ecosystem which got created. But it's not just the money which came in, it came with a lot of technology, right? So the MSMEs who were never exposed to such technology, the quality standards, compliance, certifications, started getting into this supply chain along with that. So it's an ecosystem which got impacted. I would definitely say that it did impact to a larger extent. When it comes to make one, make two also, right? So like Srinivasan sir said, it's a long journey, right? But it's a breakthrough for innovative MSMEs, right? So it's not just doing routine work. So today, for example, businesses like defense, it requires a lot of long-term persistent and technology which has to be infused. So
the key message is that benefits have come.
It has come. It has come. Now, for example, the Make 2 itself, right? So the government is, if MSME is shortlisted, and then the prototype is selected, right? So they fund not just the prototype, but also at a later stage, it gets converted into an order, right? So I think definitely yes, these have benefited.
What's your take?
Yeah, I think these schemes have been very helpful to a lot of startups and MSMEs, as they have rightly said. I only request the government that I think the risk-taking appetite has to increase in terms of funding projects that are more ambitious in scope, And also looking beyond silicon, especially for DLI, PDLI scheme, there's compound semiconductor, for example. The government should look into those schemes also, because I have heard, although don't have confirmation, that the number of DLI proposals that the government has funded is actually much lower than what they should have funded, because not enough good number of proposals are coming in. So maybe we can revisit that in the sense that the government should maybe expand the scope of looking at more ambitious, and future, forward-looking proposals. The other thing I wanted to comment is on things like IDEX, for example. Our startup is also an IDEX winner, and we have realized that the government schemes and all these proposals, they usually focus on the systems, which is very good, by the way, but things have to go bottoms up. The systems are built on components and transistors and chips, and without us manufacturing them indigenously, we'll always have to import the power amplifier and the low noise amplifier to go into the missile seekers or jammers. So this is another request to the government, that there should be more also focus on indigenous component or manufacturing of devices and chips and even semiconductor wafers. Okay, because without that, we'll build systems, but we'll have to import all the components from abroad. And by components, I mean these chips, which has a lot of IP and a lot of niche manufacturing know-how that is associated. And the last thing I would mention here is that in semiconductor manufacturing, almost all the tools, equipment, chemicals are imported. India doesn't have that ecosystem. It's high time we start building that ecosystem. We know that there are fabs coming up, which is really great, but the tools, people wear these bunny suits and go into clean room. All those tools are actually imported. We need to have an ASML, for example, a type company here, which can actually manufacture them. We have all the chemicals, but we don't have the know-how to make them pure, 99.9999% pure chemicals, which are useful for semiconductor manufacturing. So I would like to emphasize that this ecosystem also has to build, and there should be schemes and calls for proposal that encourage this sector. That's my take.
Sumit.
Perfect. Hope I'm audible. I would say Ethereal has been the biggest beneficiary of IDDM, indigenously designed and developed and manufactured products. Though we don't make or design any defense equipments, the critical point for Ethereal was when we started making CNC 5-axis machines, right? So these machines are complex metal cutting machines which are designed and built for making high precision components for missile seekers, to aerospace structural components that ACUS is doing, and to make very minute components for consumer electronics that ZWork is working in. When it comes to IDDM, we pivoted the business from making machines to making components for end customers, and the moment the IDDM policy was introduced, a lot of Indian defense equipment manufacturers, as one of them mentioned, Tonbo Imaging, they were the first people who gave us the order for about 200 sets of monoculars and binoculars. And that's how we built the business of making components for the end customers, wherein we started off with one machine. In a span of 12 months, we put about 75 machines, and all these machines are running 24/7 to make components for aerospace and defense customers in India, and predominantly we are servicing the defense markets, and it is just purely because of IDDM, which kind of led to we having a lot of order inflow. So I would say, in short, IDDM or policies like this will affect and will help MSME manufacturers like us, who are hungry enough to build and contribute towards the nation-building mission.
Now, what's the scene as regards finance? Finance, I know this question was asked of Anantanaran, he did answer it, but I would like the audience to get your perspectives too. Because we've had, again, several schemes. There has been this credit guarantee scheme running for a long time. They have trades and so on and so forth. So have things become easier for you people now? We will follow the same order. Please answer this question. Take as much time as you need, but within 2 minutes.
See, fundamental challenge as an entrepreneur is this one, that when you go to bank, I think I don't have to repeat again, what do you have in the collateral to give? And you're going with the full plan of telling, okay, hey, this is the vision, this is what it is. No, that is all okay, but what is a fundamental plan to give? What is the fundamental collateral you have to give? It's like, then I started thinking, I'm telling you, I actually work for an entrepreneur.
So no escape from collateral damage.
I'm working with an entrepreneur, Mr. Arvind, for the last 20 years. I used to run the finance and everything. So, hey, no, you have to first give something. I said, but we have nothing. Means, what do you mean by something? Then I thought, then I was thinking, okay, we have to first build something, own the land, building, then tell them, okay, this based on that, I have to build a business. So that was one of the challenges what we had. There are a lot of schemes are there, but what we did is, that time, I will tell you our experience then, when banks didn't work so well, we needed 5 access machine and 4 access machine, and I'm talking about like 14 years back. And we went to one manufacturer outside of India and told him, hey, we will buy like 200, 250 machines from you. He said, okay, great, that's wonderful. So then he came to our plant and he saw we have a small plant and everything. It was in Bangalore. We told him, no, we have vision to build a big ecosystem out of a tier 2 place in Belgavi. He said, okay, I want to visit. He went there and he saw there's nothing there. It's just putting into building when building is constructed. So he said, okay, show me your plan. We showed him the plan and everything. He said, fine, what is the collateral? I said, see, this is what I can do. He said, you said you will buy 200 machines, so but you have to do this. I said, this is the collateral. Your own machines, I'll take it from you. You consider that as a collateral. So he said, okay, fine, we'll finance you. And basically that took our trajectory, because in India, even today, there is a lot more challenging to build finance. And also, if you see for MSME, the limits what they have given, what is there currently, MSME limits are there, unsecured loan. First of all, it is unsecured, but it is secured a lot of other things. It never comes in time. Okay, so there are a lot of challenges. Then even trades and bill discounting, so many other things are there. First of all, awareness is very little. Second is, even in India, the government and not every company is listed there. Okay, so there are a lot of challenges. So I think that itself is a big challenge even today, I would say. Okay, so everyone has to find their own way of finding, managing, figuring out how to generate finance and everything.
Your own.
No, I think the 2 schemes we talked about, I mean,
they were just examples.
No, exactly. So I'll specifically talk about those 2 as well. And finance, I think, is the most fundamental concern when it's not just MSME, any company would face, right? Sometimes it's access to capital, sometimes it's cost of capital. But when you talk about specifically MSMEs, again in MSMEs there's micro, small and medium. 97% of it actually comes from micro, right? So today, the schemes of this nature definitely helped availability of access to capital, definitely. Like for example, trades, if I have to talk about. It's an invoice discounting platform. It helps unleashing the working capital for a particular MSME. And credit guarantee, for example, it's a collateral-free loan of almost 2 crores is given to it. Trades is primarily for working capital, which is used on a day-to-day operations. Credit guarantee is primarily to fund their fixed asset purchases. So they are 2 complementing each other. They cannot be looked at separately. So these schemes can be looked at complementing to each other. Now, while there are challenges, however, for a MSME, right? So to run routine operations through trades, for example, right? The cash flows shrink from a trade receivables of 60 days. If we have to just wait for the sales cycle to come for 60 days, if just go and onboard your invoice into the platform, it gets paid in 3 days. Now, is the product a problem? No, it is not. The issue would be adoption of this product. While the access is always there, the issue would be awareness. It's not the product in itself. Similarly, now the product, we use it also. So I can talk about it in a way that there's a transparency in pricing. So an MSME gets onto a platform. There is a proof of concept, by the way. There are platforms like RXIL, M1 Exchange, InvoiceMart. These are all RBI approved invoice discounting platforms. Now, the MSME can also choose from which financer he can discount the invoice through. It's a transparent pricing. Now, it can range from anywhere from 8 to 12%, right? Depending upon the credit rating of the buyer he associates with. So there is transparency. The cash flow is obviously benefited. However, the problem would be is adoption of this particular or awareness, right? So there can be multiple ways where the awareness can be improved. But definitely, yes, these kind of schemes would definitely help. It's not just the government here, by the way. So there is also a role to be played by the corporate people, right? For example, the government has mandated if anyone has more than 500 crores, you are supposed to be on this platform as a buyer to buy the invoice from the MSME, right? It's not just the government at the end of the day. Now, for example, the public finances. financiers would not take bet on the risk averse on certain buyers. Now it's MSME who also has to suffer because the financer is not taking a bet on the buyer, right? The buyers have to accept the invoice of this particular individual, then only the process starts, right? So it's not actually one particular area where it has to be addressed. It's an ecosystem which we have to look at. But such platforms help? Definitely yes, right? So collateral-free loans of 2 crores, absolutely yes. Like I think Srinivasan sir said, you can't bite more than you chew, right? So when we are starting up, we also have to take consideration of to what level I need to borrow capital, right? It's not exactly the profit which I generate. Fundamentally, managing cash flows is important, and these platforms definitely help.
That's the thing. Managing cash flows. Your take.
Yeah, no, our startup is in early days, so we have not explored the finance schemes of the government so far, but I believe they're really helpful, and we'll do them. We'll explore once we grow a little big. So right now we're running on VC money, so no comments on the finance.
So that's not a big problem.
I mean, we have not explored. It's early days for us for the finance.
Yes, sir.
Just to keep it short and precise, though the schemes available by the government are really helpful for the MSMEs, the important aspect to it is what is the efficacy of these policies, invoice discounting to credit assurance. So though the schemes are available, the biggest problem is awareness of the policies, and two, predominantly the finance is being the biggest problem for any MSME. The funds have to be looked out for via I would say public market or private equity to be one of the routes. But on the policy level, I think it's important for the government to focus on to understand the true problem by the MSME and understand how far we can push these policies to. So that's my take on it, sir.
Now, Ajay, your company has manufacturing facilities. At least 3 countries I know.
Yeah.
There could be others that I may have missed. India, France, US.
Yeah.
Now, how is it for an MSME to manufacture in these places? What are the infrastructural gaps? Please give us just don't give us a static picture, but also a dynamic picture. How have things moved in India vis-a-vis an earlier time?
I will just give you our ACUS perspective. When we looked at the manufacturing of getting into aerospace, first is we thought when you put a investment in aerospace, you have to look at 20, 30-year horizon. So that means first is to address the infrastructure. And that was in India itself. So we said, okay, fine, for aerospace, we want to address the first infrastructure issue. So we went to a tier 2, tier 3 city, Belgavi, where we built a aerospace. We focused on building a cluster first as a zone. So we took a special economic zone approval and everything. And we put a goal that we want to increase the in-country value. That was our goal, because that's what we told, that, hey, our goal is to build everything out of India and all those things. That is the key, this one. So having looked at it, when we went out to, let's say, France, we did acquisition in France and North America. It was not for the infrastructure perspective to solve that, whether there's a gap. Issue was not that. Issue was more coming from we wanted to be with a global player. Okay, competition is globally because we want to play global. We want to be in the global, this one, aerospace is a global area. One is that, and second is the technology. Because these are the 2 things why we went out, not from infrastructure perspective, because that is already, today if I see, India has largely started getting into the cluster mindset across India. Like we came up with, we ourselves have built durable cluster in Hubli, then in Koppal we went to build a toys cluster and everything. So key is that India has already addressing that through Gati and all those things, India will address that, this one. Key is to get, our focus was to get from technology and access to the global, give a global solution to the customers. I don't think infrastructure is a key gap would be there and all those things.
The company is, my understanding is pretty deep into global supply chains. You are also enable supply chains. You make supply chains happen. Let me ask you about, earlier, the first Trump era, we had this China plus one. And then today, China, of course, as we all know, is very heavily tariffed. Are our MSMEs benefiting by this? Obviously, intuitively, we think they do. Like your perspective, what extent is it helping? What can be done about it?
Sure. So first, I'll answer it in two pieces, right? So ZWork today, it embodies the vision of Make in India for the world, right? So we act as a bridge between the global demand and the Indian supply by giving structure, scalability, and reliability to the manufacturing in India. Let me put it in a very simpler example. So we work with a MSME supplier based out of Coimbatore. He supplies primarily the precision manufacturing parts within Tamil Nadu, mostly. However, when a US buyer was trying to shift his supply chain from China, we brought this opportunity to this particular supplier in Coimbatore. We assisted them with technical audits, compliances, partly design, and certain new product developments, and handle their entire export supply chain. After almost a year, this particular supplier started supplying these products to US and Europe subsequently. And his annual turnover used to be 1-2 crores, and then a year or two later, it started growing up to uptick of 9-10 crores. There are numerous such examples where we partnered with MSMEs, made them to get into a global supply chain. So what we've seen is 3 to 4 key areas where the MSMEs can start looking at it when we actually look at global supply chains. First would be digitization and transparency. The client is somewhere in US, the manufacturing happens in Coimbatore, right? So, and it's not just one specific part, it's a process of manufacturing. There are different nodes of manufacturing. So as long as someone invests into the project management tools, and it's not very expensive, right? So they can be in-house, but it can be outsourced as well. So bringing that transparency will help the client to understand which part of or which node is the manufacturing currently at. Second is compliances and certifications, right? When someone wants to get into global supply chain, certifications such as, for example, quality certifications like ISO, right? So as simple as ISO would definitely help. It brings a lot of credibility to a global partner. And the third is accessing the global demand in the first place. Working with the large anchor companies or aggregators like ZWork would definitely help in accessing that global demand, which otherwise wouldn't be there for a particular local MSME, right? So we've been able to crack that as we speak. And it talks about China plus one part, right? So did India benefit? Obviously, yes.
Let me interrupt to ask you if there is an appetite for shifting out of China.
Yeah. So
as we believe there is.
I think if you look at the global customers are not exactly looking at it as an alternative. China is not being looked at as an alternative, right? They're looking at diversifying their current supply chains. And India is a key destination for consumer or industrial goods, right? It is not just because of the tariffs, right? So it is one of them being in tariffs, right? While China plus one gave visibility to India, the tariffs and the current geopolitical situations is giving us the urgency. So there is absolutely a shift in globally when people started looking at India. It's not because of China plus one only. It is also they are looking at reliable partner and it's no more cost. It's not just cost, I would say, right? It's also linked to design capability when you looked at engineering, right? And consistent manufacturing. So, I mean, it's not just that, but definitely yes. So today is a shift happening? Absolutely yes, and we've been a beneficiary of it. 3 years back, our global revenues used to be zero. Today, as we speak, 30% of our global revenues is coming from outside India through these global supply chains. 30% of our revenue is primarily outside India. So we are definitely an example of it. Also, when we say we, it's our back-end supply chain, which is the backbone of MSMEs, right? So we are able to plug in them as well into this.
Thank you. So in your very rarefied deep tech area, how easy or difficult is it for you to, first of all, access technology if you need to, or if you produce technology, if you develop technologies to gain acceptance of the technology in the market? You know, because companies like you, they may not be well known across the world, may not be big names. And how do you get your customers develop trust in you? What's happening in that area?
Right, so we make gallium nitride technology, and this is 100% indigenously developed. We design as well as we manufacture these transistors and chips in-house. The government has set up a small volume gallium nitride foundry at IISc Bangalore campus, and we leverage our process know-how runs on that. So there is no dependence on any foreign entity for the know-how. We have perfected the complete know-how ourselves, and that has been built on 15 years of research at IISc Bangalore. And on top of that, we have significantly augmented the know-how. So we primarily work with strategic players because gallium nitride is actually an ITAR restricted technology. So you cannot import this technology beyond a certain power and volume. So all of India's military actually now needs gallium nitride, be it missile seekers, radars, jammers, because the moment you want to send a radio signal in high power, you need gallium nitride. And this is, as I told, ITAR restricted. Even UK and US don't exchange import-export. This is so restricted to each country. So there are a lot of Indian players who are very interested because they cannot access this technology. So we have good customer traction in that way. And we have developed this technology over many years, as I told you, right? And now we are currently porting the technology to 4-inch and 6-inch line in our fab. So once that happens, which probably another few months to 6 months, we should be able to produce in volume, at least for India's strategic needs. So that's how it is. So yeah, so technology is 100% indigenous here. Even the semiconductor wafer is developed indigenously by us. It's gallium nitride wafer. So.
Okay. Sumit, almost a similar question to you. You have a wonderful mission, a fleet of missions, CNC missions. If I learned from your website that a lot of people were in the initial stage very, very skeptical about it. So how did you overcome that barrier? Probably many MSMEs would be facing this. How did you overcome and gain the trust of your consumers that you do have a product that matches or perhaps even better than Chinese and Japanese?
Isn't it the same for all the MSMEs, right from Vijay building here to Mr. Rangarajan building defense equipment, right? It's going to be the same journey. Everyone is going to go through the same journey of skepticism, and then there's half-baked answer saying, okay, probably there's something right, and then they're like, okay, this is a good technology, right? Likewise, Ethereal didn't build equipments yesterday. We started this company way back in 2014. When we were 18, roughly about 19 years old, without knowing what a CNC machine is, and that's when we started the journey, right? When someone tells you can't do it, a bit arrogant people think that then they can probably build and then show it to the world. And that took us a good 8 years to build 5-axis CNC technology, and it isn't easy. Trust me, building defense equipments, building hardware, deep tech companies in India is not easy, and you got to make peace with it, right? You might run 24/7, but it is going to take its own time. It is going to take its own iterations, and the second thing, apart from spending time and spending technology or capital on it, is being frugal. We built this company with, I would say, about 3.5 years. We spent roughly about 4 crores-ish, and then we doubled down with $2 million, and then it was $10 million, and now it's multi-fold from there. Now, we have folks from Bloom Ventures backing us back in the day till today, and a lot of people coming along the journey and helping us out. So what was important for us, apart from sticking to the technology and being the technological company, is being frugal about how you spend your money and where you spend the money. The third thing that was, which was one of the game changers, which I mentioned with IDDM coming in play, is it is very, very difficult to change the perspective of the market. I cannot tell you if this is water, and I cannot tell you this is not water, this is milk. Even though if I have tried building a milk which is transparent, it is not possible. The only way you can do building high-tech defense equipment, or let's say high-tech CNC machines like us, what we did is we got creative about not selling it to the local market but going global. What happens is it is important to not get validated by your... Sometimes you might not get opportunities by validating your product in the domestic market. probably try your luck with the international markets. We did that because we sold a lot of machines to Japan, to Italy, and Germany itself. So where you see people building these high-tech machines, we have sold our machines back there. So this kind of gave the confidence to the domestic buyers to buy our machines. So this is something that we incorporated with the manufacturing of components business as well, which we call as machine as a service. The idea is we started making components for the global market, and the local defense equipment manufacturers made a note of it, and they said, if they're able to make it for Israel, if they're able to make it for US, then why not us? Today, Ethereal produces a lot of precision components for radar systems, for microwave components, for radio frequencies, that's RF again, to telecommunications and anti-tank and anti-drone equipments. All these precision components, we were able to make all of this because of the CNC technology that we built for these many years. And we were able to service the global market first before the domestic market. Today, we do about 90% of exports and 10% the domestic market. And given that we have been doing for the export market, the defense markets in India are slowly opening up. So to put it in short, everyone is going to go through the journey of grinding and trying to build things. But what's important is we stick to it and we keep pulling it till the end as long as we find the right fit in the market.
Okay. Right. I have plenty of other questions, but I'm not going to ask them. It would be not correct if I don't throw this session for audience questions. We are running way short of, yes, I see you, sir. I see you there. I have so often sat on the other side and raised my hand, and I know the pain of having a question to ask and not being given an opportunity. So we'll very quickly have 2-3 questions, and then we'll have to close this session, unfortunately. Yes, sir, please, go ahead. Yeah, I'll come to you, I'll come to you. Find somebody. Richard. Could you have the lights on, please, so that we know we can.
Hello. Thanks for the focused but diversified discussion. Sometime back we have heard that global certain countries, they are having MSME contribution to the GDP almost 50 to 60%, and we have 30. So last 1.5 years, we have done an extensive study on startups, and we found that we generally ask the first question when they come for the funding, that what is the innovations you bought? And 50% startup says that, yeah, we have a patent. And then we analyze the type of patent. We found 90% patent just for the sake of patent. And that doesn't have any non-obvious solution. So I wanted to ask the panel that
Which one of them?
Everybody, anybody can contribute. That how do you feel that lack of innovations in the MSME has a direct correlations on our contribution to the GDP? Thank you.
Who would like to take a shy at it? Go ahead.
No, I think there is absolutely no denial that lack of technology or innovation will impact the GDP, right? So when we talk about technology, there are certain industries which are very conventional. There are certain industries which requires a lot more technology. And then, for example, aerospace and defense requires a lot of indigenous technology as we upgrade our current outdated systems. And it's not just an anchor company can do it. It has to be the ecosystem which has to contribute it. And when a new technology it comes into the market, it doesn't come only from a particular parent company. It actually comes from a bunch of people who are involved in it. So I think it's not just that today if the GDP has to grow, general commodity business will only impact it? Obviously not. Today to the global customers, as I mentioned, they're not just looking at India as any other customer who delivers goods at a cheaper price. Obviously not. So they're looking at whether they are able to come up with that level of design, engineering, and innovation, which as per the expectation. So I think continuous innovation is no more a choice. It has to become the need, and all of us would be contributing to that.
Thanks. Somebody here wanted to ask. Yes, go ahead, lady.
My question is to Mr. Vijay Peri. Sir, beyond manufacturing, what other roles do you see MSMEs is providing in driving innovation, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities? And how can companies like Zwork help or support in support for that ecosystem of entrepreneurship, sir?
Other than manufacturing?
Yes, sir. Beyond manufacturing, in driving innovation, especially in small towns, sir.
When we talk about manufacturing, right, it's not just executing something in a particular workshop. It actually talks about the entire access to the global or the entire supply chain, right? So the innovation need not only come from manufacturing of it. It can also come from, for example, design or logistics. When we talked about PM Gati Shakti, which is happening, right? So the innovation is not just coming from the execution part of it in the form of manufacturing, but also it can come from the arena of whether it is in the form of supply chain, whether in the form of managing their, in terms of the designing or the innovation part, right? So I think partnering with multiple industries will always help on the innovation. It's not just someone can create standalone through one particular segment. I would think it as something more of a partnership with a large anchors companies would definitely help on this.
Yeah, lady. One more question. Maybe this is the last question.
I'm so happy that finance part is being covered here in this discussion. I was waiting for it. And he rightly mentioned that the innovation is a continuous. You also mentioned that innovation is definitely we can't avoid, because for getting all the finance assistance for all the government schemes like Startup India, for qualifying for the seed funding and continuous funding, because government has already given the budget in 2023 also, 2025 also, that budget allocation is there for specifically for the startups and the MSMEs. But there is a huge gap between the expectations, the eligibility government requires, and the actually the startups and the entrepreneurs are. So there is a huge gap between that. So how do, because there are so many funds unutilized for all the allocation, 10,000 crores in each of the budgets has been allocated, but it is not getting to the actual entrepreneurs. Being a CA, serving my clients, I face this gap a lot. How do you suggest we can address this?
Rajiv.
Normally, these whatever the funds have been allocated, they do not get utilized because most of the time challenges come because there are thresholds put to achieve certain numbers to get qualified and get the disbursement. Disbursement is another, this one I will not spend more time on that. So the whole thing actually emerges from when we lay down these policies, what are these try to address basically? Like I would say now, I would actually say like PLI scheme for electronic industry, semicon industry has actually really worked very well. It completely got utilized, completely. So then that is why government came and put, hey, this is our goal to achieve this much in electronic industry, consumer electronics industry, this is what we want to put. So they came with the second scheme actually. Now, so that is what happens. Most of the time these funds don't get utilized based on our experiences. Companies are not able to achieve certain thresholds because of the supply chain issues and overall, which basically limits them to deliver these things. On which, so when a scheme has to be thought through, it has to be thought through complete from the supply chain to the final product, as I say, because that is where we see the gaps coming in terms of the utilization.
Okay. Somebody here wanted to ask a question. There's just time for one quick, sharp question and one quick, sharp answer. And that
I think we will stick to one more question, sir, because we are already running late. Please? Yes, we have time for one more question, and with that, we will end the panel discussion.
Okay, fine. Then you want to ask? Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Make it quick. Quick and sharp, please.
Quick and sharp.
I'm sorry, this will truly have to be the last question.
We can take the questions off stage as well, because we have one more speaker.
To me, the biggest takeaway from this session is that we have to start the conclave earlier.
Yeah, this is Nagesh from Cadwell Infotech. I have a general question,
To whom?
I have a general question to all the panel. I'm asking this question out of curiosity. So I've been going through a lot of reports, nowadays regarding the black gold we struck in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Okay, that is, there is a possibility for huge petrol resources in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So what is the impact? Suppose if it is true, what is the impact in MSME ecosystem and mobility ecosystem? And
Impact of MSME on mobility.
Yeah. How should we leverage these services, and what is going to be the future of Indian economic growth? This is a general question I'm asking out of curiosity. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not finding it difficult to hear you because, you speak into the mic. Please just repeat the question, just a question.
So there are reports, that we have struck black gold in Andaman Nicobar Islands. That is huge petrochemical resources. So if it is true, what is the impact? What is the impact on mobility ecosystem and MSME ecosystem? How should we leverage these resources, and what will be the future of Indian economic growth and even the geopolitics wise? So this is my general question.
It's referring to the oil reserves, which are, the news of oil reserves. That's what is referring to black gold, if I'm not wrong. I think it's currently already existing infra or oil refinery. So how does it impact? If it comes true, then obviously it is a matter of energy security, right? So there can be multiple refineries which can come up. There can be multiple petrochemical complexes which comes up when there's a oil refinery. Which is if it is found. So it'll impact the economy in a very positive way, obviously, because mobility, if you look at today, the entire value chain, not just mobility, but the entire value chain will be positively impacted on that. There can be more opportunities starting from refining to distribution, right? So in the entire value chain, whoever is associated in the form of manufacturing. So for example, if certain quantity of the fuel has come out, and then there can be refining capacity, there can be a refinery there can be a petrochemical complex, there will be a lot of equipment which is required. So I think there are a lot of manufacturing requirements which comes up. So post that, there is a distribution of this fuel, and then hence the mobility will also increase, and it will impact in a very positive way.
Well, all good things will have to come to a close. And Rajiv, Vijay, Digvijay, Sumit, Businessline, very much beholden to you people for giving us this lovely session, for all your insights. Thank you for your time.
Well, we would like to
With
take
this, we
this
have to
moment
close
to
the
thank our panelists and our moderators on stage. And it was definitely one of the thought-provoking conversation. Thank you, gentlemen. But we request you all to kindly stay back for a group picture and also for a takeaway. But they want a very candid one. Now I'd like to request our moderator, Mr. Ramesh, to kindly hand over a book from the Hindu group to each of our panelists as a token of our appreciation. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. gentlemen, moving on, last but not the least, we now invite Mr. Rohit Punja, Administrator of NEET Education Trust, to kindly come up to the stage and to share a few words.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm going to keep my talk brief for two reasons. I've been asked to say a few words out there. I was asked to say for a few minutes. More importantly, I stand between you and dinner. So I will take only a few minutes. As a representative of the university, I will talk to you about two things. One is the university, and second is how we work with industry. So on the first part, I'd like to begin by saying that NITE is not an acronym. It is a name of a town 60 kilometers north of Bengaluru city. And that's where Justice K.S. Hegde decided to spend his retired life. Justice K.S. Hegde was a legal luminary. He was the Speaker of the Lok Sabha before he retired. And when he went back to NITE, which is the hometown of his wife, he discovered that education for school kids was not adequate. So in 1979, a school was created, and at that time it had fewer than 100 children. That was the beginning of education in NITE, and at that time it was called NITE Education Trust. That one school grew into multiple schools, into a diploma college, into an engineering college, into a dental college, medical college, and so on. About 30 years later, in 2008, the NITE deemed to be university was created. The university now has 3 campuses, one at Bengaluru, one at NITE, and now at Bengaluru. The colleges in Bangalore that have joined NITE include the Pharmacy College, the Fashion Technology College, the Engineering College, the Architecture College, and the Degree College. So 5 colleges from Bangalore have now become part of NDU, and that happened in this year, 2025. All the colleges strive very hard to perform well and be among the best. The university is ranked number 66 in the NIRF rankings, and the dental college is ranked number 6. These are just 2 of the rewards or recognitions of the many institutions. Coming to the second point, which is how NMIT, which is the engineering college, interacts with industry. Firstly, we believe that working with the industry is critical for the success of our teachers and our students. We need to be industry relevant, and if we don't engage with industry, then the challenge becomes extremely difficult. So for example, several organizations like Blue Star has set up a laboratory in the college. In this HVAC laboratory, we teach our students, and we teach Blue Star employees who come to the college for training. Autoliv, which is a auto safety company, also set up a laboratory in our college where our teachers, our students, and employees of Autoliv come together to execute projects. Some of these students, when they finish, get jobs at Autoliv. Some of them get jobs at other companies that are interested in the same technology. A third example is additive manufacturing. So EOS, Germany, and the Additive Manufacturing Society of India decided to work with us, and we decided to work with them, and we set up a 3D manufacturing lab. All our first-year students undergo this training. Some of them, after the training in additive manufacturing, embark on more serious or more advanced topics of additive manufacturing. One more example is Exide Energy brought about 20 employees into our campus. They were working full-time in our campus, and at some point in time, about 30 students sat in an adjoining room, helping them solve their problems, design their whatever they were designing and solving. So that was a very close engagement between industry and our college students. We've been speaking a lot about defense here, so moving on to something else, I would like to add that the department, DRDO identified about 20 colleges in the country, one of them being Nitya Meenakshi Institute of Technology, our engineering college. And now we work with DRDO to offer a 2-year MTech program in defense technology. The first year is in our college, where we have our teachers and scientists from DRDO teach. And in the second year, the students go to DRDO to conduct experiments and learn practical things using the technology and equipment available at DRDO laboratories. To promote interaction with the industry, we make use of what is called Professor of Practice. AICT allows experts from the industry to come to the college and teach. They need not have a PhD. They just need to have a lot of experience. So some of these people who come to us have PhDs, some of them don't. Some of them are from ISRO, some of them are from DRDO, some of them are from industry. So 6 months ago, we had a gentleman who was a leader in AI for one of the large MNCs in Bangalore join us full-time, and he's helping us grow the AI/ML space in our colleges. We also do several projects with companies. I'll mention one. We have been working with Dassault to make light petrol tanks for autonomous vehicles. Another interesting project going back to DRDO is a group of our students and teachers using sensor technology developed technology for the soldier on the field to know where the bullet is coming from. Because snipers shoot, you don't know where it's coming from. Based on sensor technology, they're able to say it's coming from north, east, south, or west. I will stop with that. So there are many things we do to engage with technology. It's critical for us. I have a point here which I didn't mention. I'd like to say that. The government, the MSc government of India gave us money many years ago to start an incubation center. Now we give some money to 5 projects that we think merit the money. And there are about 10 startups in our company, in our college. And one of them is going for 4 million round seed funding. So they've graduated to that level. So that's MSME and incubation that's happening at NMIT. We are very interested to work with you. Somebody said earlier on that MSME is mostly struggling. Every industry is struggling for resources. Every industry is struggling maybe to do a proof of concept. On the other side, we are struggling to get first-hand experience of what industry is doing. So if you think our teachers and our students can do something for you, something that's not critical, but something you would like to try, something you would not have tried because of limited funds. And all of us, I've been hearing many times, are strapped for funds. So you can reach out. I'm giving you the name of a teacher. His name is harish.kumar. That's harish.kumar@nmit.ac.in. You can drop him a mail. I will keep him informed, and we can begin some discussion on how we can work together. So I will close with that. Thank you for a very patient hearing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause because we truly appreciate the dedication and the commitment of this trust in providing quality education and the healthcare to the youth. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Vidhu Shankar, Assistant Vice President, Advertisement, the Hindu Group, to kindly come up to the stage and to hand over a book from the Hindu Group. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. To formally close this evening's session, I'd like to invite Mr. S. Sundaresan, the Vice President Advertisement, the Hindu Group, to kindly join me on stage and to deliver the vote of thanks.
quickly finish it, not to worry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enriching edition of the Businessline MSME Growth Conclave 2025 Bengaluru. At the outset, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Priyank Garge, Honorable Minister for Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, Information Technology and Biotechnology, Government of Karnataka, for taking time to be with us today, delivering a truly insightful keynote address. Our sincere thanks to Mr. Anant Narayan, founder and CEO, Brand.m, for his inspiring perspectives as our guest of honor. A warm thank to all of our distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators for contributing to the day filled with deep insights and compelling conversations. I would also like to thank Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, editor, The Hindu Businessline, Mr. Venkatesha Babu, and Mr. M. Ramesh for steering the discussion with such depth and clarity. A big thanks to Mrs. Richa Mishra as well. A special thanks to all our partners for the invaluable support in making this event a grand success. In association with NITI deemed to be University, associate sponsors, partners, NABARD, Canara Bank, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, SSVM Institutions Coimbatore, TALI, Karnataka Milk Federation, Mysore Sales International Limited, Milky Mist, Karnataka Udyog Mitra, Government of Karnataka, Karnataka Industrial Areas Development Board, Government of Karnataka, official space partner Purvankara, our insight partner TransUnion Sibyl, our industry partner FICCI Karnataka. We are truly grateful for your continued partnership and support. I will also like to acknowledge the incredible efforts of our editorial, marketing, production, ad sales and event teams at the Hindu Group for putting this event together with such precision and passion. And finally, to each one of you in the audience, thank you for your time, attention and presence this evening. We hope these sessions are meaningful and thought-provoking. We now invite you to join us for cocktails and dinners. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening.